a bunch of guys who
a lot of them they're not traceable. I mean, we were here. Now here we talked the other day. We had some really
because a few years ago we were
there was a club with that players
Yum Yum FC one time, and then before you know it, Yum Yum was nowhere to be found again.
Nowhere, no traceable. Nowhere, you couldn't trace them.
I also may be wrong, but I also do not like the fact that at under 20 level, we are bringing players from abroad. We are bringing players from academy. We are bringing players from... Why? Like, yes, if you find exceptional cases, no problems. But if we have to bring players from abroad at under 20, I don't think it is 100% bad, yeah, but
we had the late two from AC Milan. This was 2022, yes. Ladan Boso. Egypt's under 20 AFCON.
Yeah.
We had a few other names like that. I was particularly okay. Eleto came with a little bit of hype.
I think in 2005 you had Mikel, you had Chinedu Obasi, Solomon Okoronkwo. Under
the same leadership, because again I feel like they are still under the same umbrella.
Yeah.
The Ladan Boso boys, the same administration. Where's the likes of Eleto today? Many of the guys we brought from abroad, except a few. We had somebody from Instra. Although we still have plenty Instra boys inside the same list, but you can't even trace the trajectory of those boys anymore, because I'm not the type to announce bad news, but to me it feels as if there's some sort of deal going on somewhere with some people. I do not know for sure, because you cannot, but when you are tracing all of these lines, you could join the dots. So in my opinion, I said something off air. I would not say it on it, but when you trace some of these, I do not. It's unexplainable in my opinion. It's just unexplainable, and I think we just need to do a better job. Go through the right process. I don't think it is very hard to do. We did some solution. What's the word now? We prefer solutions of some sorts. Just since we've been talking about things like this, but again, it just feels as if they are adamant to just changing things. Just leave it the way it is, however rotten it is, good or not, as long as we keep producing some of these names, we are fine with them.
Okay. Good luck to everyone involved. Again, this might be the last time I talk about this. Let's just go about it and do the things we want to do. Hopefully, of course, it will work out. After all, that's our approach to a lot of things. Maybe it will work. By God's grace, it will work. And let's take a break.
By God's grace.
We'll be back with more. And yes, we'll get right into some of our talking points on the show this afternoon on Football Live.
Football Live.
Out of airtime and you don't have money to top up? Out of data and you don't have money to top up? The GT Bank airtime and data loan is available to you anytime. Just dial star 737 star 90 hash for airtime and star 737 star 91 hash for data to get up to 10,000 naira instantly at just 2.95%. T's and C's apply. You are never stranded with the GT Bank airtime and data loan.
737 Football Live.
Football Live. There's nothing like it on weekends.
Okay, of course, let's get right into it. It is still Football Live, and the action continues right here. We just had to talk about that one because, again, it's Nigeria. This one says another set of police are coming up. They will get to the under 20, cannot create chances, no raw talent, no skill, nothing to look forward to, struggle to impact the game, focus on strength and corner kicks, no talent. The same deja vu. Tosin from Doha. Okay, this one is from you. Let's go to our major talking point of the day as we get the show started. Now, Liverpool's disastrous title defense hit a new low on Friday night as they were thumped by Aston Villa Yes, by Champions League bound Aston Villa, a result that leaves their own hopes of a qualification in jeopardy. The Reds were tormented by Oli Watkins throughout, with the England striker bagging a brace and laying on another. Yes, the 4-2 defeat leaves Arne Slot's side 5th in the Premier League, 4 points clear of Bournemouth in 6th place, having played a game more. Jamie Carragher has launched a scathing attack. Yes, a scathing attack on the Liverpool squad following their heavy 4-2 defeat to Aston Villa. Yes, branding the current side physically and mentally weak. Okay, that's their 19th loss in all competitions, by the way. 19th loss of the season. That's relegation form. Trust me, it is. And can Slot be trusted to handle this team going forward? I mean, maybe the end of the season will probably be the best time to say, you know what, thanks for your stay, thanks for all you did for us, it's time to go. But can he be trusted?
Well, I think this kind of, I mean, it's enough to get the sack almost everywhere else. But the truth is, I think with the way it's shown, I don't know if to call it mental fortitude, to somehow steady the boat after, the mid-season crisis they had. At that point in time, you could argue that, okay, he had the Premier League experience. I mean, he won the Premier League the previous season, and you could at least say, okay, yeah, he should be able to know what to do at that point in time. But I think going to the end of the season now, we are at the tail end of the season, and I think the narrative shifts a bit, or how you have the conversation about how it has been for him the last couple of months. I look at Liverpool and I see a team not fighting. You could possibly tell a few other guys who are there who would obviously try to make this happen, say for the likes of Chiesa. I don't know, he's probably hated by by the coach or whatever, but it feels as if he's the only one who still wants to get something, and maybe just working for himself and not even for the badge, maybe working for himself to get out of the club. But you look at every other person, and Curtis Jones as well, apart from that, and maybe a Szoboszlai, but I think everybody gets to a point where you can't do more than you can offer. That is just what it is. And in as much as these guys are pulling in the weights, you cannot overwork. I mean, only you cannot put on the entire weight of the entire of the team. And sometimes it feels as if as much as this guy is pulling in, something just draws them back. And when you look at the body language of the coach himself, it's as if it doesn't have an answer to all of the crazy things that have been happening. So in my opinion, I think what actually gave him that leverage, or however I was able to do it, is steady the ship to get into this, because it looked at one point that they were dead on going to leave we're not going to qualify for any European football. And I thought, okay, this must somehow, with the drama around Salah at that point in time, he was able to pick enough points, enough draws. Yes, they came in sometimes few and far in between, but he was able to somehow drag them back to Champions League football, which they lost yesterday. And I think if he's somehow able to get it right and they go to Champions League, I think maybe that gives him a little bit of, okay, let's see what would happen. We need to correct some of the mistakes we had over last summer, and then try to re-strategize. What are we signing? Are we going to be making our defense stronger? Are we getting new guys to make it happen for us? Are we going to where did we lack this season? And I look at Arne Slot always says that he doesn't like the manner with which they concede goals. All right, are we reinventing the way we with the way we defend set pieces? I think there's so much to be done around the summer market, and I think if he's able to do that, personally, I think I want to give him a chance up until let's see how the first few months go by in the next season. I think for what he's able to do, or he has been able to do, dragging them back from that crisis position, despite all the drama, outside noise that was filtered into the team and whatnot, I think that gives him a little bit of shot, because you need somebody who is mentally strong, to be able to handle such.
He's also come out to say that the team is going through a transition period, and that could be part of what they will do next season. Now, for a guy who just won the league, maybe they stumbled upon it.
Yeah.
Is it safe to say that now? Because again, the transition was supposed to come
shortly
season. After Klopp left.
Yes.
And then, of course, they won the title, and then they splashed a lot of money in the transfer market, and now you want us to go back to transition.
Yeah, I think they what's really gave them that title again, you could trace it to the fact that Salah had a season where you feel, okay, he's not willing to let anything go. It was crazy. And then it fell off the cliff, and you could still trace it to the fact that, okay, this team is not getting so much goals because the input of this man, assist and goals, have dried up. And I think, that, is maybe able enough to, I wouldn't want to say, just be a smoke screen as to some of the bigger, problems going on in the squad. I thought the likes of Frimpong, some of the transfers they made last season, Frimpong has not been able to exactly do what has been asked of him. He's not doing what Trent Alexander-Arnold, did, even defense-wise. As bad as we thought Trent was, I don't think you look at Frimpong and feel, okay, this is even safe, or is safe better to any stretch. So you see that, their creative hub, Szoboszlai is the one doing majority of the work from defensive shift to attacking. And he's been pulling out all the numbers as well. So I think if they are able to correct some of this, maybe get another creative outlet, a crazy midfielder like, who would do as much as Szoboszlai, get a defensive cover for that position, maybe all of these things will reduce. But when you have the majority of your guys around, I'm talking about, Frimpong, apart from the injury, they are struggling to create chances, even at their strongest. So I think, that's why you now look at it and feel like, okay, how much of a support could the Slot possibly get or even need for him to turn around things? And the answer doesn't look motivating at this point in time. But I think I want to give him that benefit of the doubt. Give him that whatever he needs in the summer. Of course, they are not going to splash a lot of cash, because I think whether you like it or not, Isak probably will get fitter. You still have Ugo Ekitike is probably going to get fitter as well, and a few other guys. I think just plug some of those minor holes, and I think they will be good. But on the basis of how he's been able to, affect the squad from tactics, his mentality, I think this test will, come when they transit properly from the end of this season up until the opening few months of the next season, and see how they perform. Not even just about how many wins they get, how they perform, how mentally, fortified they are, the number of chances they create, per game, the performance itself, again, instead of the end result. And I think in a few months they should be able to get, to that level where they operated before Salah had a dip in form.
For a guy who, before yesterday's game, was backing himself to remain on the job, said come next season he is sure that he will be in the dugout. His first words last night was that we crumbled. We crumbled. I'm not exactly sure. Again, one other thing that has been a pattern for him this season is that he identifies the problems and everybody sees it, but finding a solution to it looks a bigger problem for him.
If you take a listen to, or you are going to judge him by what he says in the press conferences, you'll probably sack him right away. For somebody to say conceding 2 goals at in Anfield, at Villa Park, is not too much. Things like that. Considering some of the nonsense, I feel like this man, probably doesn't have a control of, on what he says sometimes. You probably sack him immediately. But I think again, it's probably might not be the best talker. But I think Liverpool did not sign him to be a perfect guy for the press conferences. So maybe you just allow him do whatever you want, and when the team gets going, he's probably going to improve. But I don't think anybody should. Personally, I don't think what it takes. What he says in press conferences for real. And let's see if he'll be able to turn it around instead on the pitch of play rather than in the press rooms.
In midfield and defense, Liverpool have been poor, conceded more than 50 goals in 38 Premier League matches. In fact, they played 37. In the Premier League campaign for the first time. Yes, conceding 52, excluding penalties. Yes, excluding penalties from open play. They have considered 52 in the Premier League, excluding penalties. And they have considered the most goals from set pieces in the Premier League, 20.
Wow.
Yes, they've considered the most goals from set pieces, 20 in the course of the season. So much to talk about. And yes, let's get right into it. Can this man be trusted to continue? Or as we are ending the season, let's say, brother, thanks for coming. You came, you saw, you tried. You can go now. Go.
When I carry Shabby before I go to Chelsea, club legend.
Okay. 090-40-4889, Yes, the number to call to be a part of the show this afternoon on Football Live. Yes, as we getting things started right here. 090-40-4889, 090-41-889. Also on WhatsApp 090-40-4889. You can leave your messages there. Yes, some messages already coming in. We would look at all of those on the show today. Yes, on Facebook we are live. Yes, you can of course follow the action on Football Live on Facebook. Yes, Sports Radio Bula FM on Facebook. And yes, of course, let's also let you know that yes, on YouTube, yes, we are live on Football Live this afternoon. Yes, yes, of course, you can follow all the action on the show. Okay, yes, we're talking about all that we are looking at as far as this one is concerned. And yes, Arne Schlotz is the man we are getting started with on the show today. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, welcome.
This is Lucky. I want to talk about them. These are Flying Eagles. Our Flying Eagles, our new coach, our chief Flying Eagles.
Go on.
Because I know that they just employed the coach. And the coach said, I'm not even sure he don't use more than 2 months. You understand me? And he released 35 man list. You understand me? He start calling the friend in Nigerian league because most of these coaches, that was what they only do. They will just sit down in one seat. One of his friends we handle National United. One of his friends we handle to a place United. The one we handle Lemon Star. The one we handle Eyimba Rangers. Please, can you just help me select about almost 2 players, 3 players? You understand me? At the end of the day, they will just bring one kind of player who say they just personality. At the end of the day, they will just there's no time to assemble them. You understand? At the end of the day, you go to under 20 now. You fumble. At the end of the day, you start telling us NFA, there's no time. Now the coach is stop talking. And now when everything in Bafaya now, you start complaining. Complaining. There's no time. It's not enforced. You understand me? That's the reason why we can't produce a solid national team again. We are relying on foreign player. I know supposed to be because from under 17 will produce under 20. Under 20 will produce a national team. Now we don't rely on the ready material from overseas. It's not supposed to be so. If this coach don't know what he's doing, they better resign now because we don't want to show them come and give us go and play the FA. And FA now, the government will not do them because this worker will not qualify. I'm able to say our government go to disband the NFF, but they are still there. They are still there. Look at the Italian team. They are not qualified. For most of the boards in the Italian national team, they are not more there. They are resigned. Our back to back. They are still there. I don't know why. And not because we don't have a responsible government. They're supposed to ban all of the NFF. Thank you.
Okay, Lucky, thank you for your contribution on the show today. Okay. Again, it's just how we operate in this part of the world. Okay. I don't want to say that for every time we don't get it right, I expect people to be fired. But I just think that how did this guy refer to it the last time? He said in some of these situations it is called table manners. You don't talk at the table when you are eating from the same table. Yes, you expect the coach to come out and tell you that he didn't select the squad. If it happen, now table manners. Go because he's at the table with them now, and so he's going to say, "Oh, I did not pick this team." Or I did. They go tell you, say that's why you are a coach. You now have to show it. And really, you can see the way our guys play, home-based players especially. Only in a few cases you find people who are raw and they can be inventive in some certain situations. They're just basically there, and sometimes they expect you to coach them on what to do with the ball. And I think that has affected a certain level of our growth when it comes to youth development, because the coaches cannot impact what they do not have. And I think that's where coaching education will fix a lot of these things. But again, we've gone back and forth with all of these things, and in the last couple of days, of course, we've celebrated the fact that we've been given permission to do CAF A now. So let's hope all of that will improve things. But I think beyond all the certification, we have not exactly structured it in a way that we want to go from point A to point B. And I don't think it is criticism, or you're being too critical when you say that there's a method to how some things should work. Even madness, there's a method to it. Yes. So it's something that I find really disturbing, that we go back and forth about some of these things and we talk about it, and we never get to a point where we say, oh, this is where we made mistakes and this is how we can begin to put ourselves in the right direction and make sure we solve some of these problems. Well, that's a conversation for another day. In 7 minutes, there's been 3 goals in the game between Falkirk and Rangers. Rangers have scored twice in the second and in the 6 minutes. Chemiti scored for Rangers, but their goalkeeper, Jack Butland, let in an own goal in the 7th minute. But that game has now progressed to the 13th minute. And yes, only those 3 goals have been scored in that game so far, as that one is concerned. Yes, talking about action in the Scottish Premier League, where the guys are hoping to wrap things up. Celtic are taking on Hearts today. Yes, the winner of this game is likely to win the title. Yes, the winner of this game is likely to win the title. Hearts are edging Celtic by just 1 point. Celtic are at home today, so maybe they get to turn it around in their own favor and make it count where it matters. But let's go back to the phone lines. We're looking at Arne Slot, okay? Yes, we're looking at Arne Slot. If you trust him as a Liverpool fan or a sports person, do you think Liverpool should trust the man heading into a new season? Okay, 090-41,089, 090-44,089. You can also leave your messages on WhatsApp, and let's take your thoughts on the show. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, Vicky. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, this is Pius calling from Boko.
Pius, how are you doing today?
I'm fine. Happy weekend to you all.
I'm wishing you the same, bro. Welcome.
Yeah, this is Liverpool fan.
Okay, welcome, Pius.
I want to talk about Liverpool coach.
Okay, go on.
It's not time. It's not time for him to go. Because I see no reason why he spent all kind of huge amounts and spent. And as a Liverpool fan, which I know that the most successful club in England, I was supposed to be winning 1 trophy here every season. And look at what is happening to Liverpool. Breaking all the rules, adding bad records, keeping all the bad records, which they are the fans who go outside and all this other supporters be making more fuss. And also we're not supposed to hear or what. And we didn't get that much. And considering how many people in the Premier League alone, I mean, that is not fair to us. It's not fair to us. It's better, like your colleagues said, it's better for us to have Alonso before we go to Chelsea. That man doesn't know what he's doing over there. It's time for him to go. Let him go alone. You guys have a nice day anyway.
Okay, thank you so much for that one. And again, one thing that has been a bit of a debate is that, Chelsea, what's their name? Liverpool, grab him now. He's a fan favorite too. Don't let us regret losing him to Chelsea. I've seen that conversation in a lot of places already, that get Alonso right now. Get a guy who he's won the league in Germany. And up until he was fired, Madrid were just 4 points behind Barcelona. Who knows? He probably would not have won the title, but maybe he would have kept them in it as much as possible. I don't think coaching is a problem for him. Okay, but we know the lack of patience at Madrid. Even though it does exist at Chelsea, you would believe that if the results get to a certain level, say he takes the job and he's doing top 4 and he's winning at least 1 domestic trophy at the end of the season, I don't think there will be a lot of noise. And then say he brings them back to Champions League football by the end of the season, and then starts preparing, recruit more players, give it a go, stabilize the team in his second year while doing 1 more domestic trophy, and maybe go as far as quarterfinals or semi-final in the Champions League. you would say they are making measurable progress. But again, that's another story for another day. Hello, good afternoon to you and welcome to Football Live.
Good afternoon, Mr. Anthony.
Victor here, Victor
Hello?
and Joseph.
Hello?
Hello, good afternoon. Victor and Joseph here, please. Just listen, and we might sound alike, but we are different people. I announced my name when I started the show. You guys, you tend to do that a lot. Yes, everybody here is not Ivan, Adam, or Mr. Anthony. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Victor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joseph.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, this is Uche on the line.
Uche, welcome. Welcome.
Okay. Please, I want to ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any hope of us qualifying for Champions League next season?
Yes, there is a hope for you people, but you must not lose your last match of the season.
Oh, God.
Last game of the season at Anfield, you must not lose that game. If you lose that game,
It's over.
then you have to pray that Bournemouth doesn't win against City or win their last 2 matches, because they have 2 matches and you are 4 points ahead of them. So if they win their last 2 matches and you don't win your last game,
That's all.
then you are out of Champions League.
Kai.
In that case, you might have to pray. You might now have to pray for Aston Villa to win the Europa League so that they can give you their slot.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
But
that
this
also
too bad.
works.
This is not Liverpool, I know.
You know,
It's too bad.
it is.
Yeah. But, Vicky,
Yeah.
we cannot rule out the issue of lack of defense and injury in our squad. Aside these two,
As much as I
aside
agree,
these two,
yeah,
okay, I'm with you.
I do agree that. But again, it shows that in terms of the recruitment, the coach didn't look at priority areas. He was just interested
That's where
in
I'm
bringing
coming
bodies
to.
in. Yeah.
Exactly, that's where I'm coming to. The recruitment of Isaac, whether we like it or not, it wasn't. In fact, it was is it something we wanted but not what we needed. That's the way we look at it. That money that we use in getting Isaac should have been used to, increase. I mean, what do I call it? This is death.
Beef up the back line.
Exactly. Before the backline, get like 2 defenders and fortify our midfield. Because now, when you look at it, all our attackers, okay, look at all our attackers now are in fact are injured. All our goalkeepers are injured. So who is in the field? Who is in the pitch? So I think I don't blame Arne Slot so much, even though he has his own blame, because sometimes when it is time for him to make changes, he finds it difficult to put the round peg in the round hole. I don't understand, but I pray this season favors us so that we get it right next season. Well done, guys, for good work.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that one, Uche. Yes, for sharing your thoughts with us on the show today. Yes, we're still looking at Arne Slot. And if you trust him to continue the work at Liverpool come next season, on the strength of what he's done, by the way, yes, you will judge him on this season to say, okay, he won it in his first season. We said, okay, I mean, there's a video that's currently being used to troll a particular guy. We got the next Pep Guardiola. Premier League, be very careful, be very afraid. This season, the guy has counted. I think he's lost count of all the losses, and he doesn't believe this team anymore. And again, it goes back to one of the things Rooney said, that look, Salah had a great season last year and bailed Liverpool out a couple of times, and nobody saw it coming that this season was going to be this bad. He has also said the same thing for Van Dijk. Shout out to Van Dijk for his fitness. That guy can be fit for days, but he's going to finish this season now playing probably the most games by any Liverpool player.
He started every Premier League game for them. So.
That's 37 he's done now. He's probably going to captain and play the last game, 38. That brother will still go to the World Cup. That brother will come back from World Cup now, and we expect him to be like a new signing.
It
Go
also
harder.
coincides with, with the entire. It's been caught lacking plenty times this season as well. But that is where you can fault the club for improper club planning. I mean, or squad planning. What is apart from Van Dijk? I mean, Ibrahim Konate as well as Liverpool, he still had a solid season, but it's not exactly.
He has said he's leaving.
Yeah, he said he's leaving before, and then it felt as if okay, maybe everything is good, but there's a whole lot of uncertainties around the man. Before the January transfer window, he was a bit inconsistent, and then he had to come. I think it was a crazy mess at that point in time. But you now ask yourself, what exactly is the team doing? The board, the club itself as a whole, what are they doing concerning? Okay, Ibrahim Konate, he leaves. What happens? Van Dijk probably goes or gets injured for long term. What exactly are we banking on? Joe Gomez, and then you went ahead to sell Jaron Quanta last season to Bayer Leverkusen. So I think they made so many mistakes as a last season that should be corrected again, which would mean you still have to spend cash. That is what it means, that you can't escape it. So all of the mess that happened over last summer, you need to. I mean, they got in Quenda. Leone, who has basically not played up to 5 games, season signed for good money at that. So it means to even correct that error, you still have to spend money. So it's just no escaping. And sometimes I want to pity Arno Slot. The injuries have not also been kind to him. But again, if when they are the strongest, they don't look like a team that is, fighting so much. They don't look like a team that is motivated. So I think these are the few grey areas they need to look at and prepare better for next season.
Okay, of course, we will take a quick message. Joseph has got us covered. We'll take that message, of course, and we will be back with more. Stay with us. The action continues right here. We're not going out away. We're still here. Joseph, over to you.
All right, yes, still gonna season however you like it. Arsenal fans, come closer because it is not over until it's finally over. It is still Arsenal all the way. Yes, to celebrate this great season, Chivas Regal, who are the official whiskey partners of Arsenal FC, they are giving away an official Arsenal jersey signed by Victor Gyökeres himself, Martins Zubimendi, and even Miguel Merino. The challenge is for you to build your ultimate 5-a-side Arsenal FC team with any era of Arsenal players, the Invisibles, the Emirates boys, Arteta boys, Hybrid Days. Just mix it up and be creative about it. Show us that you really know the club you support, the Arsenal. Drop the lineup in the comment section of the pinned post of the official at Chivas Regal NG page on Instagram and X. The comment with the most likes wins the jersey. So just hurry. Let's see who really is a gunner for life. We rise, so we rise. Remember to drink Chivas responsibly.
Okay. All right, the action continues right here. And yes, it is still Football Live. We're taking you closer to the action. Let's pay bills, and we will be back with more. Stay with us as we bring you more on Football Live.
Out of airtime and you don't have money to top up? Out of data and you don't have money to top up? The GT Bank airtime and data loan is available to you anytime. Just dial star 737 star 90 hash for airtime and star 737 star 91 hash for data to get up to 10,000 naira instantly at just 2.95%. T's and C's apply. You are never stranded with the GT Bank airtime and data loan.
737 737 Football Live.
Football Live. There's nothing like it on weekends.
Okay, yes, we are back, and yes, the action continues. I can tell you that in Scotland, yes, the games are going on, and as we speak, It is yes. It's just as far as those games are concerned, we do not have a winner yet. Rangers have made it 3-1. Celtic against Hearts is still goalless after 28 minutes. Hibernian against Motherwell is still goalless after 28 minutes. And yes, I can tell you that for certain. Goals not coming in the other games just yet. At full time in Russia, Dynamo Kiev have won against SC Poltava 2-0. Metalist 1925 against Epitsna. Yes, Epitsnent. Yes, Epitsnent. That game is 1-1 now. It has ended full time. Rangers, of course, I did inform you that they have made it 3-1 in their game. Yes, that game they are currently playing in the Scottish Premier League against Falkirk. Of course, these are the updates coming in from some of these centres as the action continues right here. HAK Helsinki against Ilves. It is 1-1 at halftime in that game. Narva trail against Flora. Yes, Flora Tallinn by 1-0 after 29 minutes in the Chinese Super League. Wuhan Freetowns against Liaoning Tianren. Yes, it is 2-1. Wuhan Freetowns will lead in that game. And Shandong Taishan against yes, the other side they are playing against. Talking about let's see. Yes, Chongqing. Yes, that game is still goalless. Yes, that game is still goalless. Yunnan Yakun against Shanghai Shenhua. That game has just kicked off. It is the very first minute of that game right now. We'll bring you details of that. In the Women's Super League, yes, Chelsea women are taking on Man United women. Liverpool women are up against Arsenal women. And London City Lionesses are taking on Aston Villa women. Those games have also just kicked off simultaneously in the Women's Super League right there in England. Yes, Brighton women against Tottenham Hotspur women. Watch out for Chiamaka Nadozie there. Of course, she is always in action when they play. And yes, of course, letting you know how things are looking as far as this one is concerned. Okay, we'll talk about this and talk about a lot more as the action continues right here. Let's get right into it. Yes, we're looking at Arne Slot and Liverpool. And we're asking you if you think this marriage to come to an end at the end of the season, or if you still trust the coach to continue and turn the fortunes of Liverpool Football Club around. Yes, he got really close last time out. Maybe, just maybe, they suffered a bleep that could have happened. But yes, maybe, just maybe, is also a sign. And we should read between the lines and be sure that we're not making any mistake that could be costly, okay? Let's see what you think about this matter as the action continues right here. Hello, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon.
My brother.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Welcome.
Yeah, now Tony and Joseph did here offer me.
Joseph.
Joseph, you don't escape relegation and next season you go.
Hey.
My name is Odi Efosa, also known as Batona First of Kobioko, aka Mayu Kunuka or Mayu Bomo. You are welcome. For Liverpool manager, may they leave the man now. Not be last season year he win trophy. Now only this season now he no win anything. And next season now he can go to go. Who they know who they go call now? I want to marry a yellow man. Not be to marry a yellow man. Not to buy the crew where they involved. Now so man you can't begin the chase coach. Cause so say they don't give this small boy work now.
This is not
the receive salary now. He go begin the challenge all those players now the marker. Before you know it now, dressing room go get problem. There, Man United they go below where they belong.
This conversation is not about Manchester United. It's not about Manchester United. Please be able to leave it where we are leaving it. Okay, just follow what we are following. It's not about Man United.
Okay, you're right.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, this brother. Okay, let's take more calls. Of course, we have some contributions on WhatsApp also. Keep them coming. We'll take as many as we can on the show today. And yes, depending on any talking points we're looking at, we will take all of them. And yes, your thoughts as well as the action continues right here on Football Live. Let's let you know that as we are talking about all of this, Robert Lewandowski has announced that he's going to leave Barcelona. yes, he's going to leave the club at the end of the season. Yes, Robert Lewandowski has confirmed that he would leave at the end of the season. Okay, yes, himself and Barcelona have agreed to part ways, and well, this wasn't such a great season for him, so I guess there is an understanding as to why the brother cannot continue. Joseph, your thoughts on Lewandowski? Of course, who's going to walk away come the end of the season? Barca have announced that as well.
Yeah, I think it's just about time. I thought, after he had a decent season, I don't think
maybe not by his standard, his lofty standard.
Yes, 100%. And I think you could tell from the body language of everybody around the club, that last season I thought he had a little bit of problem. Remember, there was one time there was a interview around him saying, okay, maybe they wanted to, so they would not pay some money to Bayern Munich at that point in time if he got this amount, so amount of goals, and there was some, a bit of drama, and I felt okay, maybe he has one more season in him, and even the Saudi guys were coming in at that point in time, but it just happened that okay, he had one more season in Barcelona, and I thought it was just always there. The age as well would always be a factor, even though he's still playing, still relatively well. And you could still argue that okay, he's still one of the top strikers in La Liga, but you could tell that okay, gradually you start to wind up, and I just think it's just about
powers
time.
Are waning.
Yes, 100%. So I just think it's just about time, and now is the time. So I don't think anybody would have much of complaint about him leaving at this point in time. Barcelona is still in a good place. They're scoring goals with or without him, and I think either with every other party will be good.
Okay, let's of course go right back and take more calls on Football Live. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon to you.
Anthony.
Victor here, Victor and Joseph. Yes, welcome.
Okay, Victor and Joseph. Good afternoon.
Yes, welcome.
My name is Matthew, speaking from Isela Zabadeta.
Okay.
Yeah. Talking about Andy Slot. He used the structure left by Jurgen Klopp last season to win the league. And one thing I don't know now is, in the transfer window of last season, the transaction that was made by Liverpool, whether he was given a very free hand to buy who and who that he actually want to buy for that last season, well, I don't know. Because it's easy for us to start counting how much that was released for them to buy players. But who knows whether he was being dictated to in buying the players he bought. If he was being dictated to, this time around, they should give him the free hand. Or releasing money, they should give him the free hand to buy who and who that he actually want to use. But if there was too much interference in that last season, buying of players, because I think the real vital player that they bought last year was just Alexander Isak.
Florian Wirtz was over 100 million pounds. Florian Wirtz was over 100 million pounds.
That's what they're saying. Exactly.
You
so
said only Isak. I just mentioned another
by
one.
The management of Liverpool.
Yeah.
I think it's not right. This time around, they should give him the free hand to buy who and who he wants to buy. Give him another chance for this season. But if not, if he was the one that actually bought the things he bought and he's performing like this, he has to be blamed.
Okay.
You see, one thing that was so bad about last season for them was letting Arnold to go to Real Madrid. Even when they know the vital role that boy was playing in Liverpool last season. So that's my take. If they interfere too much in last season, they should allow him this time. Give him money for him to buy who. It's just like what was happening in Chelsea now. Too much interference and dictation from the board. You don't blame a coach in that manner. So this time around, they should give him that chance. That's just my take.
Okay, but I think you're also holding on to the interference matter as if you know it for a statement of fact. Let's be candid. A guy who came first season and won the league, there would hardly be any interference because you would want to give him the resources to get the job done. And I'm sure in most cases, those were the names that were listed even at the end of the season. The only part I didn't like was the fixation on it has to be Isak, even when you got Hugo Ekechike.
Yes.
There was still the whole thing about it's either we get this Isak guy or the season is going to, the season is not going to turn out well. I was uncomfortable with it. I mean, but I mean, these are not decisions you can influence. But I also have looked at it. There was hardly anybody he was interested in that he didn't get.
Yeah.
From Kerkej
And they concluded the business is really quickly.
Exactly. So I don't think it's a matter of whether they were dictating to him. If there's any club where you don't get a lot of that interference conversation, I think it has to be Liverpool. Because never a time have they even had to splash such an amount of money. In fact, somebody
Even
I know,
club safe.
Charles to Egbon was like, so we get this kind of money for this Liverpool where they don't fit give money to club, make it big players. Yes, he said it.
Even during prime club, where you could tell, club was about the most dependable guy you could give money to.
You know?
But they don't give up.
Robertson was from Hull City. Hull City.
Trent was an academy boy.
Yeah.
They got
Van Dijk came from Sunderland. Southampton.
Southampton.
Same as Mane.
Will Nadam from Newcastle.
Yes. No, that brother, you can trust him. But again, he won the league in his first season, and I'm sure a lot of people could not exactly, doubt anything he brought on board or the request. You have no choice. Grant his request and let's see how things go. But again, they can look at everything that has happened this season to draw their conclusion. It doesn't matter whether they dictated players to you or whether, if you are spending such amount of money and you have those, look, there are figures you spend in a transfer that are world-class figure in terms of the quality of what such figures should recruit. You can't be spending £100 million on a single player and you be expecting that give him time to blend into the team. Give him time to. That time not supposed to pass honeymoon weekend. Where did they give? Say, oh yeah, okay. Look, for Isak especially, I didn't buy the whole idea of give him time. Brother was one of the top scorers last season in the same league.
2 seasons back to back.
So, what is the giving time when you've gone to a club where it is assumed that the resources are more and you should therefore perform better? There was also I can understand giving time for the likes of Florian Wirtz, because again, sometimes you calculate the seconds when the player receives the ball and what they are able to do with the ball. You still have some of those situations where he's caught off guard. The league is unforgiving. The pace of the league is crazy. You had those problems with, I think only one guy came into the league and adjusted so well. Even him, he had a bit of a struggle with the way guys were closing him down. David Silva. The other guys had that struggle. But what are they able to do? They find a way to, okay, some of them will scan before they receive the pass. They will look over their shoulders before they receive the pass, and then they are able to move. For Florian Wirtz, I've seen things that would make me say, okay, give the brother next season, let's see what he's able to do. Even though I know that the Bundesliga tax is a thing. But I still think that for the amount of money he came for, he was a bit slow. He didn't get some certain things right. I can understand, okay, adjusting to a new culture, a new way of life, and new environment and all of that stuff. Let's see what he's able to do, because again, he goes to Germany, he performs well, he plays against German clubs, he's at his best. So maybe they have to find a way to play German teams or play in the Bundesliga next season, so that we will know that okay, this is the same guy we were getting. Okay, but I think as at the time they got Hugo, for me personally, I didn't see any reason to put £125 million on Isak anymore, because that money, okay,
could have flashed. He was practically begging to go to Liverpool.
Look, exactly. Marco Senesi is going to leave Bournemouth at the end of the season. He's 29 on a free transfer. Maybe if you had given £10 million to those people to say he's going on a free, let's just have him already. You probably will get a defender that is 29 that can give you 3 to 4 years, pending when another guy grows into his shoes. Because again, you've had a full season of 9 months and you've been unable to convince Konate to sign the dotted lines. He's going to walk away. And so you start building from that place again and be hoping that somebody is going to back up Van Dijk and do good. Hearts have taken the lead against Celtic. As it stands, these guys are going for the title. yes, everything is looking good for them as far as the season is concerned, and they have taken the lead against the Celtic in that game, where of course a winner has got to emerge in order for Celtic to win the title, or for Hearts to run away with it. But yes, Hearts have scored first in the game. Yes, they have scored first in the game. Motherwell have also taken the lead against Hibernian. But I can tell you that it is Celtic 0, Hearts 1, as they have taken the lead in that game right there in the Scottish Premier League. Of course, let's go right back to the phone lines as we look at Arne Slot on the show today on Football Live. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, this is Martin calling from Leipzig.
Matthew, welcome. Martin's okay. Martin's welcome.
Yeah. Please, I want to just ask one question. Alex Slot, is he an head coach or manager?
What do you mean by coach or manager?
Because I think head coach, they don't give them free hand like that. And why manager decides everything he wants to do.
I don't know. That's a good way to define it, but I don't know if that's what obtains at Liverpool.
Okay. Well, anyway, what is it called? The people Alex Law used then, that was last season that he won the league.
Yeah.
I just feel that he should have not even gone for more money like that. Maybe that's what affected him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Thank you. Thank you so much for that one on the show today. And yes, we are still talking Arne Slot. Falkirk pulled one back again. It is 2-3 in that game against Rangers. It is 44 minutes, so 2-3 right there in that game. Falkirk against Rangers, 2-3 as action continues right there. Of course, already crowned the champions Manchester City women. They have taken the lead against West Ham women in the Women's Super League last game of the season taking place. I can tell you that Shandong Taishan have scored 2 quick goals to take the lead against Chongqing. Yes, in this fixture, they lead 2-0 right there, of course, in the Chinese Super League. Of course, as we continue to take you closer to the action on the show. Brown are taking on KFUM Oslo. 15 minutes on the clock in the Eliteserien. No goals scored already so far in this game. There's no goals recorded just yet as far as this fixture is concerned. We go to some of the comments on WhatsApp. Yes, we've not forgotten. Let's go to some of the comments on WhatsApp as far as today's edition of the show is concerned. We'll take this one here. It says, good afternoon, Brilla. Good afternoon, top man in the studio. It says, this is Adam from Akoka. For that Nigerian list released, it is proof that failure itself has its own beginning. Well, let's see how it goes. Thanks a lot, Victor and Joe, for bringing us closer to the off-field situation. And this one says, for Liverpool and Slot, yes, the same guy, he said, for Liverpool and Slot, please, is it possible for the man to take a press conference, not to take press conferences again? His comments are always discouraging. He says, I feel he's technically good, but his press conference response are mostly annoying. If the results are not good, you will not find anything he's saying fun. You will find it annoying. I mean, but again, let's also cut him a bit of a slack. He's not a native speaker. Sometimes also you might not say things right or say it wrongly, and then the context will shift completely. It could take just a word for the entire context to shift. Okay, but I can understand all that as well, but it is a media obligation. Even when you're doing your pro license, you are trained for between 40 to 80 hours of how to handle the press. Yes, so is an obligation. It is expected of you because you are the mouthpiece of the club. It is what you say that would tell everybody what is going on behind the scenes and what's happening. So it is the coach's job. Good day, Victor and Joseph. I think they say Slot is better than Arteta because he won the league in his first season. They should give him 5 years contract so that he can take them to relegation. Shola from Ejigu. Shola, we're not trying to compare. Let's just leave this conversation with Slot and look at what he is doing. Good day, guys in the studio. Slot can be trusted to handle Liverpool come next season. Even last season when he won the title, it wasn't because of his managerial skills. It was because of the team Klopp has assembled and left behind for him. The season Klopp left Liverpool, he used Team B to defeat Chelsea in the Carabao Cup final. Slot lacked the ideas of being a Liverpool coach and should be sacked. Alonso, or the Bournemouth coach, are there waiting. Mike from Egbeda, a Liverpool fan. Of course, this one is coming from Mike. This one says, good afternoon, Brilla. Yes, Adake Fasa from Asaba. It says, Liverpool should let go of Slot. He's just a one-season wonder. Not good enough for a big club like Liverpool. Emperor Casey says, yes, the United hype man. He says, good afternoon, Brilla Nation. Victor and Joseph, he says, as for the Flying Eagles, when are our coaches going to have integrity of a player selection? If all coaches stand their ground, the federation have no choice but to okay. So well, of course, but of course, hunger is too much. I don't know what you're talking about, hunger. And this one says, Liverpool, sack that slot before they end worse than United did under Amorim. Una too much. Well done, guys. Okay, thank you. This one here says, hello guys, I wish Hearts all the best. I want them to lift the trophy. The FA Cup final fever is almost here. Up Gunners. Uchenna Ashamkonye from Nkwere, yes, in Imo State. Yes, this one is from you on the show this afternoon. Good afternoon, Vicky Volcano and Joseph. Kajetan from Anambra says, Arne Slot won the league, brought players, even those that were not necessary, especially dragging Isak with Arsenal when he already had a KGK, and also allowed some important backup players to leave and fail to cash out on Salah, who many people said should have left the club but didn't. Injury may have had its own effect, but an excuse, but not an excuse, because some clubs suffered more injuries than them but held on to the very end. For instance, Arsenal. Anyway, Slot might get worse next season. Let him go. Happy weekend, guys. Kajetan, thank you so much for that one. In all fairness, I think Arsenal and Tottenham Hotspur have had crazy injuries. Celtic have equalized. Yes, 1-1 in that game already. On the stroke of halftime, they have made it 1-1. Yes, Celtic have equalized. And it is not over yet. I can tell you that for certain. Angels has scored from the penalty spot after a player was brought down. Shankland was the one who, of course, put these guys ahead. Talking about the Hearts. But they have been pecked back by Celtic at halftime. 1-1 the score in that game. Okay, yes, 1-1 the score in that game. And let's get back to more of the contributions on the show today, as we're still talking Liverpool, and if you trust the head coach Arne Slot to be the man to continue come the end of the season, heading into a new one. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
My name is Chukwudi.
Chukwudi, welcome.
I'm a Liverpool fan.
Okay.
You know, when Slot came in, they named him as a head coach. And there is, when in terms of decision making, when it comes to transfer, it can only have a say of 15%, not fully in control.
Where are you reading? Wait, where are you reading this one?
I'm aware. It's not now. If you dig out the information,
where are you getting it from? It's a simple question. Answer. Where are you getting it
from? Liverpool website. From Liverpool website. I'm sure of what I'm saying. Please, he's a head coach.
Please don't.
Even the go to dictionary, you find the difference between head coach and the full manager. It doesn't take full charge of transfer.
Don't mislead my audience, please. All these things about is just semantics. Trust me. It is not. Look. For instance, in the Super Eagles, the guy they refer to as the team manager is the guy who is in day-to-day activities of the national team. That doesn't make him the head coach. These things, na nomenclature. Na semantics. He not change anything. Unai Emery still uses head coach. We know he's the manager of the team. Are we saying he's managing the entire club when we say manager? No. Nobody does that. That thing don't end for Sir Alex and Arsene Wenger days. Your job does not extend beyond the team. All this one say they say this one. I beg. I just don't want to go there. It's not because I cannot argue it. I just don't want to go there because that conversation is not important to what we're discussing now. Yes, let's not go to whether he's the head coach or is the assistant head coach. That's why the team is not performing. We're looking at the performance that the man has had this season after 37 games in the Premier League. By extension, you can add the Champions League and other competitions, FA Cup and League Cup, and put all that together. We are asking if you still trust him to continue. This conversation is not about whether he is the head coach or is the manager of the team. Let me also state clearly that big clubs don't go by head coach. Big clubs don't go by head coach. Michael Carrick is head coach. The moment he signs the dotted line, he becomes the manager of Manchester United. All these things about head coach, you can interchange them when you use them. You can use one instead of the other. If you say Arteta is the coach of Arsenal, does that make him the? I mean, I don't think he doesn't run the day-to-day affair of the entire institution as a club. No, his job is to manage the team. Where did manager come from if it is not the team you are managing? Or is his manager a foreign word all of a sudden? Don't you have things you are managing that you are manager of? Please, let's leave all this thing and let's not veer away from what the talking point is. The talking point is whether you trust the man to continue next season. Whether you trust him to continue next season. And I would look for that information where you said on Liverpool's website that he only has 15%. It cannot be. It cannot. I'm not asking you. I am telling you. Which one be say? You say the Liverpool will post that the coach only has 10% of influence or 15% of influence. What is he using it for?
It's a stake. You can sell it.
It's a stake for that he has in the club. All these things now gist. Look, we talk about these things. We also have the responsibility to educate people on these things as well. So please, if you go out of line, we will be kind enough to bring you back and let you know that that's not how it works. That's not how it works. After a while, some of these things can change. You don't whether it's manager or head coach is not the conversation right now. Before somebody else will come now and say, what of technical advisor? Now only Nigeria, you they hear that thing every time. Is it that he sits down in his house and he only watches the game and then he advises them on what to do? You are seeing that the man is the one managing the team day to day, and you are using all this term that you cannot apply the context, and you say technical advice. What did they advise technically? I beg. Let's move above conversations like that now. We know what we are doing. Football Live. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Hello. Okay, try to reach us again and share your thoughts with us as we talk Arne Slot and his future at Liverpool. If you trust him to get the job done, if he should still remain on the job come next season. The man has backed himself to say that, yes, I'm still that guy. This season may not have gone well, but I'm still that guy. I think I can still do the job. I still think I am the man to get Liverpool over the line and bring us back to where we used to be. Of course, we tested it last season, and I still want to be that guy to take them there and get the job done. Okay, I mean, people have even drawn comparison with what obtains at home, what he's been able to do back in the Netherlands, and say, okay, if he was not beating the likes of Peter Bosz on a consistent basis and winning the title back to back, why are we trusting him with such a big job? But again, the man came, and in his first season, he delivered and silenced everybody. Right? These questions people are raising are also good enough because, again, if you look at the number of matches they have played this season and you put everything together, you will discover that if you have 19 losses cumulatively, we've not counted draws, before we'll now look at victories, I don't think it is good enough. Right? Again, it's a different conversation if they say, the man will not be fired. But for a club that has splashed nearly £500 million, I think splashing money will not exactly solve the problem immediately.
Well, I think you will not spend as much. I think that's just the difference. But there's no way you're not spending.
Exactly.
You're not spending money. Because, I mean, to get, except you probably go the Barcelona route or the Real Madrid route, but you are not in that, pardon, but you are not in that frame to do such at this point in time. Because, I mean, whether you like it or not, Liverpool are not like the most exciting project, you know, for anybody to say, okay, I'm willing to run down my contract to come to Liverpool. Yeah, as much as those teams, Real Madrid, Barcelona, are still there, and you're a top talent, you would always provide, you know, sort of give preference to those teams ahead of Liverpool. Even in Manchester, the likes of Manchester City, Manchester United, all of these guys, if you're having the same pool to pick from, these guys are ahead of you because, I mean, God has help you. You don't meet the Champions League requirements in the league now. You know,
makes it more
difficult to convince some of these boys. So I think anywhere you want to get, even if you are going to get average talents at this point in time, you're always going to splash just about enough cash. I don't think you are going anything below 30 million, except maybe you know, some of these guys are on the wrong sides of their ages. For example, Marco Senesi, you can still at least be able to. The only thing now,
3 seasons out of him, why not?
That's what you could get, and you know, for any of the top talents you're looking for, you are going to splash the cash. So I think it's no escaping. They can't escape it. The only thing is, I'm not sure the board will be too confident to splash so much or to give him as much as, you know, they've always done to slot at this point in time. Because you look at, okay, if we're able to spend as much as £450 million and we are in this position, then we have to also be careful. The money gets the pool to get the money becomes lighter if they're not getting the Champions League qualification. The only reason why they could do so much is because, okay, we know that we are competing in the biggest front, so the TV revenue for some of these competitions would always make, you know, something. We always have the buffer. But in a case where you are trying to cut funds, and I know that plenty clubs do it, that you know, when you don't meet the target for the season, you know, so many of the players get cut in their salaries and their wages, and so it means you have to cut, you know, the cost, because you are not going to be making as much as you envisaged, you know, during the previous season. So for me, I think where they found themselves is a very difficult situation. But again, you can only bail yourself out when you have enough money. And Liverpool, I think because they were not able to meet some of those standards, what they got last year will be significantly lower than, you know, I mean, will be significantly higher than what they will make this year. So hopefully, you know, somehow maybe they've, you know, invested enough, or probably got some plowbacks from probably some contracts. I do not know, but I think it's a bit hard for them, and they have to pay through their nose if they are going to get the best of talent. And again, they can't escape it. You have to pay money to bail yourself out.
See, we might sit here and talk about Isak and talk about Viet and the other guys. One other one that goes under the radar is the fact that nothing happened to Robertson and Shmikash, and then Kerkesh was signed.
It was a reckless summer. You sold off Konta. What's the name of this other young boy?
Was loaned out.
This other young boy who always played the flanks. Harvey Elliott. Yeah, as well was basically totally crazy how it turned out for him in Aston Villa. I think they made it like a mess of last. It's to tell you how poorly they managed the squad, you know, building and even, you know, maintenance. It was crazy. You are having a Kerkes now. Kerkes is finding life bit hard, because even when you need most of the problems solved, you call on Robertson to come and do the same job. Whether you like it or not, now Robertson has a pre-contract agreement with Tottenham Hotspur if they do not relegate, and now you have to also make a provision for someone who deputize for Kerkes or even take over that role entirely. Frimpong has to get a somebody who will play in that role as well as a vice, or even take over because he's not playing well. And then if, for instance, Konate, nobody knows what's wrong with him, he probably leaves, then you have a Joe Gomez who you've been avoiding all season.
Or after over 10 years,
yes,
managing Joe Gomez.
Yes.
I think it doesn't make sense after a while.
Make a decision. You have Salah leaves next summer. This summer, in fact, he leaves
You already
this
have
summer.
a headache replacing that one.
You do not like Chiesa for whatever reason, and then now it's a case of you have to put all your Rio Ngomoa is the one who is basically making things happen for you. You cannot trust him.
Yes,
you love it.
17-year-old kid.
He's 17. He's going to
Right.
make mistakes. He's going to make a lot of mistakes. He's going to grow. Do you have that? Whether you like it or not, your job is on the line. It means you have at least 5 players to sign this summer to be able to at least just keep the team afloat. So you can't escape it. You have the mistakes you made from last summer, what you try to run away from, you still come back to meet it, and then you're probably going to pay for it more than you probably should have at that point in time. It's crazy what is happening, but again, there's no way you're escaping the consequences.
Okay, let's of course continue on the show. Yes, let's let you know that in the WSL, Chelsea women have taken the lead against Man United women. It is 1-0. Arsenal lead against Liverpool 2-0. In the women's Super League, and Manchester City women lead 1-0 against West Ham women. Those are the games that goals have been recorded. All others are still goalless after 35 minutes across all the centers. Yes, with action coming your way on Football Live. Okay, yes, we could take 1 or 2 more calls before we wrap it up. Wrap up this particular talking point, and some messages before we wrap up this particular talking point, and move on to other exciting things that we have lined up for you today. Remember, yes, the English FA Cup game is coming up. Yes, the English FA Cup game is coming up, and we're counting down to that one. We have less than 1 hour 30 minutes to that. We have an hour 25 minutes to the kickoff of that game. So yes, get ready for it. We'll take you every step of the way all through that game, and yes, from the blast of the whistle, yes, the kickoff to the final whistle, yes, in that game. Okay, so stay with us on Football Live. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Hello, good afternoon,
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
President.
Yes, welcome this
Good
afternoon.
Joseph.
Good afternoon.
Ooh, what happened? Okay, try to reach us again, and let's take your thoughts on this matter. Yes, we've looked at it the best way possible. Again, Jamie Carragher tore into the team after that game, complaining about how they played, the loss of energy. Again, this loss of energy thing was there last season. The moment they were 10 points clear and they won the title, they were not getting results anymore.
They just left everything. It's just a case of, okay, now.
But then it was a case of they already won the title. What
Yeah,
else should they be playing for? And we said all of those things.
It was catastrophic. Manchester City, they were winning trophies before, like with games to spare, and they were getting results. Yeah, even though it's more of like, okay, let's just enjoy ourselves at that point in time. But you could tell from the body. I think personally, if no matter how long, we've seen champions before. Manchester City, okay.
The joker for Martin O'Neill, yes, Kelechi Iheanacho has just been introduced at Celtic on a day they need the result. And who knows, maybe the brother will pop up and be the difference maker once again. Yes, Kelechi Iheanacho is that man who has just been introduced into this game at the start of the second 45. Yes, second 45 about to get started. Kelechi Iheanacho has been introduced in this game. The Celtic will be the ones, of course, to get the game on the way. Second half of this game on the way. Brann have taken the lead against KFUM Oslo, who had a player sent off in that game. And yes, Brann have now taken the lead 1-0 in that game. Let's go on elsewhere and let you know that Flora have made it 3-0 against Narva. Yes, in Estonia. And HJK Helsinki against the Eves. It is 2-1. Eves lead in that game. Let's let you know also that in the Women's Super League is now 3-0. Arsenal women, they lead against Liverpool women 3-0 in that game. Russo on a brace in that game, 38 minutes on the clock. Of course, as we take you around the grounds, there are so many matches to talk about today. And yes, we will take you there as this game's kickoff. We'll be taking you to all the centers. And let's not also forget that we count down to the FA Cup. Yes, there's a whole lot coming from that side. And yes, we'll be bringing you further updates on how the teams are preparing, the lineups, and everything you need to know as far as this one is concerned. We will take you to Wembley, where the game will go down between these two heavyweights, and let's see. Chelsea, well, we'll talk about that when the time comes, and let's see what will happen in that game. Okay. Yes, let's, of course, at this point in time, switch to our next talking point on the show, as we'll be looking at something else, something interesting, as we always do on Football Live. Yes, now Manchester United are set to hire Michael Carrick on a permanent basis after reaching an agreement with the interim head coach. The former England midfielder he has impressed as the caretaker, leading the club back into Champions League football, and it seems he will be rewarded with that feat as the hierarchy prepares to make him a full-time boss. There has always been calls for Carrick to be handed the United role on a permanent basis for months, and ex-players who won the league, yes, the ex-player who won the league 5 times with the Red Devils has spearheaded something of a renaissance following the dismissal of Ruben Amorim earlier this year. United recorded big wins over Arsenal and Manchester City in the early days, yes, of his reign, and have sustained that momentum since then. Ahead of his imminent announcement, yes, the imminent announcement of Michael Carrick as the permanent manager of Manchester United, what are the concerns you still have about him? What are the concerns, so that we can lay this thing to rest and say, I talk amo. Let's highlight these things and look at the concerns for just one more time. We have looked at the fact that, okay, whatever target he was given, whether it was Champions League or play beautifully or finish as strong as possible, I think he's been able to achieve all of that. But what are those concerns that are probably not clear to the naked eyes, but from maybe a technical or a tactical perspective, you still think that the team falls short in these areas, and maybe the transfer market can address all of that, and then it will not be a problem?
Well, I think the transfer market can, address most of the problems. Manchester United
concerns that you have.
Yeah, I think we still not have good enough players, as much as we should. And I'm not saying everybody has to be world class or for us to have the best player at every. That is not bad. Considering the stature of the club, that is not bad. But the truth is, you would not
also
have,
considering where the team is coming from.
Yes, you would not also have any team where everybody basically would be 100% good. Given that is that is a given. But the truth is, you look at the performance of Manchester United. Some of the players, while they are not all that good as well, I think there's this struggle that we have. In terms of controlling games, and most times we let leads. We concede some goals. I feel like, okay, we should not be considered this much or in this part and in this way. So I think the performance for me is the most important. Also, I think we need more bodies, and this is where it gets concerning for me. When it was at Middlesbrough, he had issues with, we need more players, we need more bodies. Some of the guys we let go of were the core of the team at that point in time, because again, when a team does well, it's not far from some of the bigger clubs to pick out talent and say, okay, we are getting them, but you have to replace them. And the game Manchester United played against Sunderland, yes, at the Stadium of Light, I thought, okay, now you should communicate that we cannot continue to have the same level of, the same players all the time. Now you are going to be playing the Champions League, and obviously more games for you. And you also have to play.
Fitness-wise, it will take its toll on the team.
Yes, so it means you need a deeper squad.
Yeah.
And if you have some of these guys, you will not have some of the much of the problems. I'm not also saying we should have two players per department or two players per position, but the truth is you always have to leave that gap for continuity, especially when you have a good squad depth. You need people who can be able to measure up and say, okay, coming off the bench, you are good enough. Just yesterday, how many days ago, we were saying Manchester City play, and I felt like, okay, Savinho would not get into the top 11. But you could tell that even when he's playing, as the second fiddle, he comes in and does his thing, and it doesn't feel as if, okay, anything is out of place, even when he plays in the first team. So I think for Manchester United, this goes to the board. have Manchester United been able to do this in the past? Have they supported enough? Maybe once or twice, but it's overwhelming that the number of times they've not done it in terms of backing the managers. And one thing I also, for in as much as everybody says, okay, they would throw how we play out of the window, against getting actual results. What Manchester United had under Amorim was performance, but not results. You could tell this is the system. This is how they play. This is how they want to, score goals. This is how they want to win matches. But are they converting the chances? No. So it's now different under Amorim. Under Carrick. Under Carrick, it's more of I think after the 4-2-3-1 system, the same level, the same way we build out or we build up is the same way across board. Every game we play, and I feel like sometimes when you don't have this diversity, Arteta had to be flexible enough. You can't basically box Arteta into one. Yeah, there are some managers who are like really adept to be able to counter whatever comes at them. But Arteta is the kind of guy you can't say, okay, this is what is going to play like. Obviously, you know that he has so much players who are really versatile and can play different positions because they have that good tactically. But in a team like Manchester United, where you can't have all of that, I just think Carrick should be a little bit more flexible. Yes, sometimes we defend that it's a counter-attacking game, just as we've always done. Even when we had a lot of success. But I think one defined way where everybody will wake up to, you could basically wake up anybody and they feel like, okay, yes, I'm not out of place. I think that was what Amorim was trying to do. If he would be able to implement that, and of course the results will start rolling in, I think Manchester United have a more sustainable way of winning, and they can actually stay at the top for a very long time, and even start fighting for competing for the top honor. So for me, Carrick Wise himself, I think we need a defined way how we play, and then we can probably metamorphose into every other kind of formation we can have. But this is the foundation, this is the bedrock of what Manchester United, this is how they do. And of course, if we are able to have that as a foundation, we'll be able to obviously try few things. But I think the moment we play one team, we don't always do well against them in the second leg, or when we play the first game, second game we win as well, we always struggle in the third game. So it means we play the same way all the time, and sometimes maybe due to counter-attacking opportunities that we get away from any of those games. But I think we need a structured way of playing, and to be able to have a sustained success over the years.
Okay. Are there concerns about how Carrick handles the affairs at United that you probably want him to address going into the future? Because yes, he's going to get the job now. And everything is pointing in that direction. So yes, should he get the job, what are those concerns you still have about his approach to games, and yes, how he coaches the team ahead of his imminent announcement as the boss of the club? What are the concerns you still have about him being in charge of Man United? Yes, what are those concerns? Let's talk about them on the show today. 090-41,089, 090-44,089. On WhatsApp, 090-44,089. You can only send a message to that line on WhatsApp. Let's talk to you on the show this afternoon. Football Live. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Victor.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon to your colleague.
Yeah, Joseph, welcome.
Yes, your colleague has really answered the question. They need a lot of squad depth because they are playing different tournaments. They are going to play a lot of competitions. And like you said, the coach needs flexibility. Every game is not the same. So every team play differently. So he will need to adapt or change the way he plays. They can't be playing same way in every game. I think that's what he should do, and he should improve on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for that one. Let's take more. Yes, we have them coming in, and we're looking at Carrick, and what are those concerns you still have? You still have. Hello. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Joseph.
Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, this is Stanley from Ikorodu. You guys are doing that.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Let me talk on the talking point now. Carrick. I'm just in the deja vu with social. Former player coming in, did well, then permanent job and all that stuff, and yari. Yeah, I just feel that it's two things. If they back him up, I think he will go far, but I don't think he will win like the major trophies. He might win those kind of trophies that ETH won, the FA Cups here and there, probably the Carling Cup. But see those Champions Leagues and those Premier League, it's going to take him. If Arteta is going to win, it's going to take him years. It was very easy for Arteta. We saw how long it took us now. It took him years to beat this team to where he is today. So we might give him that patience. We're going to finally be able to wait for 5 years, 6 years before he's going to lay down on a major trophy like the Champions League or the Premier League. He's 31, if I'm not mistaken. So those are things they have to put into factor. I think they need, if they want to build, they have to back him up. I don't know if my use the team that will back a coach up like giving the player they actually want, because they are going to use their Arteta template. You will all agree that Arsenal actually backed, the country actually backed Arteta up. He literally got all the, if not all, like 90% of the players he actually wanted. But at the beginning, he didn't actually get those players, if we are honest to ourselves. He had started with likes of William, likes of Mr. Barrios, just some players that just to make the Pablo. So you have to start slow, then you have to build that confidence in your owners that okay, he deserves to get those players that he wants, that he actually asked for, which I actually got. So the thing is, will Man U back him up? That's the thing. So just on next thing I'm going to say. But as for me, I don't think in the season where we have Areola, the Bournemouth coach, being vacant in the dugout, I don't think they should miss that opportunity out. If they want, Man U have shown that they want to go with the 4-3-3, and they have shown that Areola is that 4-3-3 player coach, and he shows that he's very good in that formation. So why miss that opportunity? I wouldn't have asked them to go to the likes of Xabi Alonso. Alonso has shown is more of a 3-5-2 or 3-4-3 kind of coach compared to the 4-3-3. I don't think Man U wants to go back to the likes of Amorim. So I think for me, I don't think they should miss that opportunity in listening at Areola. But they know they're going to get patience with Carrick, wait for 5 years, 6 years, like Arsenal to get a major trophy. Then they should go ahead and back him up and wait for that long. But with Fernandes, wait for that long to place down the major trophy. That one. Then let me just quickly talk on the slot talking about trying to get through. Then I was able to get through. Can I talk on it just
briefly? Let's go.
All right, thank you. So I'm really saying from the day one. And I thought he's a lucky coach. I don't think he was the right man. What's the name? I'm not saying this now. I said even last season. So it's not about maybe things are going back now. I'm like, okay, I said last season. I said it too when they won the league. So he was lucky. One, because this team, he literally inherited it from club. That was one. Then two, it was down to two things last season. Not taking any credit away from him. Two things. One, Salah was fantastic last season. I don't think I've seen. Well, I don't think I've seen the Salah of last season like I've seen the previous season, but we were literally fantastic. Both in the goals and the assists. He literally won that league single-handedly for Liverpool. Not diminishing what other players are support. Literally, we said that was the fantastic Salah season. Literally won it for him. That was one. Then two, the injuries. All I did that was Man City that lost Rodri. They literally lost Rodri, their best player throughout the whole season. Arsenal lost Havertz for 4 months. Saka for 4 months. They had to go for 3 months. Like most of the main riders actually had serious injuries throughout that last season. So I would say that this season literally exposes him most of the things. He lost one with players. Salah lost one this season. Arnold has gone. Robertson was not the Robertson. Alisson has been injured. So literally, he doesn't have those players that actually push him to get the last season. And he's literally going to also meet them again next season. Because I don't think this guy is going to be one of the promote there. Salah is going. Van Dijk has lost the Van Dijk that we should know. He wasn't going to be that keeper. Alisson, I think Alisson is going. I think I heard that Juventus wants to buy him. So this last year, I don't know, this Georgia goalkeeper, I don't think he's up to standard with what Alisson is. So I don't know all this one I say going to buy him. I think it's going to literally be the same thing again next season. I'm saying it now, I'm going to be on record. It's going to literally be the same thing next season. He's not the man. I don't think it's the man. He doesn't have what it takes to take this Liverpool team to where it is. It's going to be tactics, and at least we see it in the tactics. Where they play, okay, they did not play, they played well, they lost. Maybe 1 or 2 to make defensive errors and all that. But Liverpool are not good enough. Okay. That tactics is there. So thank you very much. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for your contribution on the show this afternoon. Yes, the action continues right here. Celtic against Hearts. It is still 1-1, 60 minutes on the clock. And some more changes about to be introduced in the game. And it's a charged atmosphere right there at the Celtic Park. Yes, it is a charged atmosphere. And really, you want to be in places like this to see how these things actually happen and what these guys are doing differently. But yes, great stuff there. Motherwell have doubled their lead against Hibernian. It is 2-0 in that game. And the Rangers have extended their lead. It is 4-2. But Celtic against Hearts, it is still 1-1. If it ends like this, Hearts, of course, they'll be edging it by 1 point and they can go on to lift the trophy. But Celtic will be hoping that they can overturn that and go 2 points clear at the top. Okay? Yes, let's see if that would be the case as far as this one is concerned. Let's see if that will be the case. And yes, we would talk about it and lots more. As we count down to the FA Cup, Callum McFarlane, of course, leads at Chelsea. Started the season as head coach of Chelsea's under-21. He could end it by joining Dave Sexton, Ruud Gullit, Gianluca Vialli, Jose Mourinho, Gus Hiddink, Carlo Ancelotti, and Roberto Di Matteo, and even Antonio Conte in an exclusive club of Chelsea managers to win the FA Cup. So yes, we counted that to that as well. We would let you know. But there's a bit of a protest by fans of Chelsea outside of Wembley. Yes, they want Bluco out. But of course, we'll see how that goes. Now, if Manchester City win the FA Cup, it will be their 20th trophy in 10 years under Pep Guardiola. 6 Premier League titles, 2 FA Cups, 5 League Cups, 3 Community Shields, 1 Champions League, 1 UEFA Super Cup, and 1 FIFA Club World Cup. Okay? Yes, that's what it is right now as far as that situation is concerned. But yes, trophy number 20, well, waiting for it. And at this stage of the season, you just know that City has a whole lot going for them. The rotation I saw this week, when they played, I think, Crystal Palace, yes, they were able to rotate and they still won that game convincingly. So again, it looks really good for them coming into this fixture, except the Chelsea guys will be able to pull off something special. And let's see where it goes. But we're talking Michael Carrick at this morning in time. And yes, if there are concerns you still think needs to be addressed. Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon once
yes,
again.
Welcome.
This is Mr. Matthew calling again from Michela Zababeka.
Okay, welcome.
Yeah, we are talking about Michael Carrick.
Yes.
Yeah. First spell, the Man U interim. He performed well. The Man U management did not deem fit for him to remain permanent. They went and brought another coach. The coach messed up. They brought another one again, which failed. Before they now consider him again now for interim. I think there's no any other excuse than to allow that man now to do the job permanently. And then they will back him up now in the AK areas because the players he inherited from Amorim is the one he's using to perform now. They should just support him, bring out money, allow him to buy 1 or 2 players that will correct the areas he needed to perform well. Knowing fully well that they are going to play Champions League next season. So they should just allow him this time. If they don't allow him now, that would be ungratefulness on the part of Man U management because he has tried for them. He has paid his dues. They should allow him. If he now fails by himself, nobody will blame Man U. He will blame himself. But for now, they should allow him to do the job now permanently because he has done it interim. First, interim again now is performing. So they should just give him that chance to actually do it. That's my take. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your take on this same matter. Well, let's let you know that Motherwell's second goal has been ruled out. Yes, it has been ruled out, so it stays 1-0. Yes, VAR disallowed the goal. In 26 days, it will be the kickoff of the FIFA World Cup. Yes, in North America. The USA, Canada, and Mexico hosting the World Cup. For the very first time, 48 countries will participate. And yes, we're asking if, of course, there are concerns that you still have about Carrick, and yes, he's a stay at Man United. Of course, he will soon be announced as the manager officially. If there are concerns you still have about him taking charge of the team. Hello. Good afternoon. Soon we'll take your contributions on WhatsApp. Hello, good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon to you.
Beauty, sir, I get you, the richest man.
Welcome.
I get you. How you doing now?
I'm doing good. Welcome.
Yeah, so good to hear your voice. Yeah, I'm fine. This day.
Okay, Dave. Welcome.
You know, Vicky, all this while, you know where I stand concerning this matter.
I don't know.
I said they should not give Carrick job until he finished top 4. So, since he has completed the assignment, they want to give him the job. Very, very good. The another thing is this. A coach is as good as his last result. When they give you a job, it doesn't matter who you are now in the modern football, especially when you are coaching a big team. If the result does not show, you will not last on the job. So, the only thing that will keep him in the job is that if he continue with consistency. So that consistency is what will make him remain on that job. And the only thing that is helping Man U right now is that Man U management is beginning to get the administrative right. That is one of the most important things that is going to help Carrick. Because the management is getting things right now in terms of the level of scouting, the level of players they are trying to bring in, and they are trying to do the right thing. So, as long as they will be able to work hand in hand with Carrick, because that is sporting director of Man U, if Carrick should be able to work with that man is a very knowledgeable human being. Even where he's coming from, in Germany. Very, very good. So, I don't have any fear at all concerning Michael Carrick. So, it's up to him now, because Amorim did well, because some of the players Amorim brought were good players, but he had issue of using them because it was so rigid to the formation that he want to play. He refused to change the pattern. But the players he brought were very, very good players. So if he can bring in good players the way Amorim did, 4 to 5 players to that team, he doesn't have anything to fear about at all. So they have done the right thing. So let's see what they can do. And it's good that they are giving him 2 years an option to renew. And that's another very good thing by the management. Let it not be that if he's not doing well, they are not looking for how to going to pay him off for him to leave. So everything is in place in Man U. And next season, I just pray that everything will fall in place for us to start competing for Premier League again. Because it's not to qualify Premier League, Champions League is where Man U belongs. Thank you so much.
Amen. Thank you so much for that one. But let's just get something clear. I think you said something about. Okay, I think I missed it. I missed the line of thought. Let me not react to it. Okay, but it's gone. Good contribution. Let's take more. Hello there. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to Football Live.
No, good. This is my brother.
Good afternoon.
But I greet you.
I greet you.
My brother, the people they talk about Man U now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, don't find now official. Don't find now official. So my name is Dodi Efosa. Also known as Bazona person Kobio Kuka. Come in. Give me this Gali code this 2.5 year deal. I don't think it's a record development for Man U. I want make program for you now. I'm this one. I want make one of the I'm now to give you. What they are not yet do let them up your ball. What they are trying to do, let's talk now. If they get picky where to carry load, if you see people where they follow, you go think say if he carry, no say if you see work or come out in there, get people where go assist her. But when he look, see say that people no get again, my brother wahala got this. You know the data where they never give her this bill. This one get agility. Now he say carry all those 2 things. Now they don't give her the bill. Now, if you sack Khalid now, if they have anything to offer, say, now this money they go pay me after they sack me, he does dey sure. As any player wey dey tolerate before, he cannot tolerate anymore because they say that thing wey una dey do before because they never give me this contract, they don give me o. If he challenge Bruno Fernandes now, challenge anybody there, so their dressing room go get problem. So they will go back to that 15-17 wey they did before. For me, it's not the right thing. Wetin dem for do this coach? Next season for them for dey give am like 10 match of beating. When if he play the 10 match of beating, they will come give back the business. They know say yeah, this man is good to go. Not be that one. You know say Ole Buluku Tocha gonna do am o. When he enter another season, he come go Champions League. The second one na 14-15-13 now he take comot or 8th position. So for me, this man they no suppose to give am. But as a giver, he sweet me o. But as the boy is sweet me, next season now I go get laugh to laugh because next season go play FA Cup. He go play this Carabao Cup. He go play Champions League. He go play Premier League. What I give at this day, I want to allow people and educate people. Now only Premier League now he play. He no play any of that tournament. Next season, I see this man for Poto part 8. For wetin dem dey call am. This Otumufo Poto at the team you. And
Okay, thank you. Please, whatever your beef is with Man United, can you sometimes find a place to hang it when you want to make your contribution? I cannot be negative all the time. Please, we're talking something very serious where we're looking at concerns. Again, one of the concerns someone has raised from the messages is that, he only had Premier League matches to play this season. And for a guy who took over the job in mid-January up until the end of the season, he barely played over 20 matches. And so rest time, turnover time, all of that, there was a time United rested for like 26 or 24 days, and all of that could be a bit of an advantage. You talked about squad depth where you were looking at, okay, the guys you can bring in, quality deputies who can step up in some certain situations. This time next year, we'll be talking about a Bruno who's 32, and then we'll be asking ourselves if that's the guy we still want to bank on to carry the team. There probably should be days where, despite being captain, you won't start him in some certain games because you want him to be fully fit and ready and sharp in the next fixture you'll probably be having in the Premier League. And I think signing a replacement or an understudy of some sort who's young, who comes in and then is doing the job, I think it's something you want to look at and say, okay, you know what, this guy can step in and get the job done. They've addressed the Maguire situation. Hopefully, of course, De Ligt will not have the problems he's had this season. Martinez, he's done relatively okay, but I think if United will have the money to look at a quality defender, maybe you want to look at a guy beyond Martinez. But if not, let him do one more season and then we can have a talk at the end of the season to say, okay, this thing didn't go well with Martinez and we don't want to continue it heading into a new season. I think Šeško, yes. Zexi, no.
Would you pick a Lewandowski now for Manchester United to carry?
He's 37, he can't do it.
Sporting wise, if he's still able to keep the same level of fitness,
he cannot keep that level of fitness in a league that is even a bit laid back compared to the Prem. He had niggling injuries this season at Barca, and I think coming to the Prem is not going to be, there's something about legacy. You don't do them, you don't get point to prove. You don't have to play in the Prem. Just do your thing, and except we are looking for Premier League proven guys who we would look at now and say, okay, bring in some of these guys. Especially for me, who do not think that though Šeško is young, you don't want him to be. If United can find that kind of guy who was there when Zlatan came and Zlatan was the main man, and then the other guys were
Martial, but there was a little bit of clash between those guys and even Jose Mourinho at that
but I'm looking at a situation where a more experienced and a well-rounded striker comes in, and then yes, Šeško would keep his place, but Šeško knows that, okay, senior man day, and in every situation we don't have to depend on him. For a 37-year-old, I don't think I want to go in that direction, even though I do not have any reason to doubt the player's quality. My fear of not wanting such a guy to come to United is simply because when I've seen your glory days, I don't want to see what it feels like for you to struggle. It's just a selfish perspective, okay? If I've seen your glory days, I don't want to see what it feels like for you to doubt yourself and still go through all of that struggle of Namibidis. But again, if we have to look at what we would look at, then maybe we'll be talking about quality of recruitment. Maybe you need a guy who would be giving you 25 goals across all competitions. And in the Premier League, a Jean-Philippe Mateta is a guy who would do that effortlessly for a quality side like Man United. But again,
you look at the support cast. Apart from Bruno, Acuna, probably Belmo. You know, those are the guys that could pass. If a guy like young and agile like Sesko and someone like Sexy, yes, maybe not. You won't look at Sexy. I feel like, okay, is that 9 a bloody 9 in terms of, you know, how ruthless he is in front of goal.
No, he's not that guy.
Yeah, but Sesko is more of a guy in that mode. He has only one thing in his mind, but then it's not exactly happened for him. And Mateta has also dropped off a little bit in terms of his,
had a knee injury that was a serious one.
So the guy that will probably come to the top of the head now would be maybe an Oli Watkins. Outside of that, basically nothing is happening.
Olis, well, for a 30-year-old who's used to the league, I don't have a problem with that also, because I believe Oli is a quality player who would probably come in and still get it. But again, we are going to be dealing with a Premier League club who are probably going to be quoting anything as from 45 to 50 million pounds. I don't think you want to put in that money for a guy who has no resellable value. I mean, so again, all of these factors are things you need to consider and say, okay, you know what, we can go about it this way, we can go about it this way, we can change one or two things about. But again, I don't think it's a bad idea, but it depends on how much it will come for. And because you are that club that is in need, in quote, a lot of these guys will try to fleece you because of the figures they'll be quoting for you. And I mean, you either pay that money or people will accuse you of not showing ambition. Again, Girassi is 29. I don't think Girassi is such a bad option.
Yeah, it's not.
I don't think Girassi is such a bad option. I think, you know, you want to look at guys like that who could come in and offer something.
So it means you are no longer going the Premier League proven kind of guy.
No, because you want goals, you want a goal scorer.
Okay.
Maybe in other departments you probably want to look at, again, they've done Premier League proven in Mbeumo and in Cunha, and you know, so maybe of course if you want to look at a DM, there's a guy at Nantes, he's Malian, he's 23. That kid can ball, bro. I saw him against Paris Saint-Germain last week. Yeah, seen a couple of his games before now, but there were not a lot of matches, so my focus was on that game. That guy balled almost everybody off the park. Yes, PSG didn't have all of their best guys, but they had the usual front row attack, and this guy was playing them off the park. I think such a guy for a DM, especially looking at the fact that you know, of course, Matheus Fernandes has also been mentioned as a possible option in the DM position, in the midfield position, if you want to show up the numbers. And I think that's one place United, okay, Kobe Manu is there, but again, you need a typical ball winner and the guys who will, of course, determine some of these things, whether you want to blend them as box to box, or again, you also need, I think for what they have been able to do on the flanks, it's been really good. Mbeumo knows that he needs to step up next season. Started off really well, but again, there's not a lot of time people will not hold you to the amount of money you were signed for and say, oh, for a guy who was signed for about 70 million pounds, he needs to do better. Celtic just came close to taking the lead in that game. He came off the crossbar. Kelechi Iheanacho, yes, hitting the upright. Yes, hitting the bar there. Came off the post. That would have been 2-1. You should have seen Martin O'Neill He was almost running onto the pitch, but that ball did not find the right place, and he goes out of play. Rangers have made it 5-2 in their game against Falkirk, and Motherwell against Hibs. 82 minutes. It is still 1-0 after that second goal was ruled out. Yes, in that game. So 1-0. It stays that way. Brand leaded 2-0 in their game, and I can tell you also that in other places, yes, we're counting down to those games right now. We would, of course, go to the big leagues and see what those games are. 7-0. Levski Sofia have taken the lead against CSK Sofia, 1-0 on the score line right now. And CSK 1948 Sofia against Ludogorets, 14 minutes on the clock, no goals recorded yet. Karabakh against Emisli FK, it is goalless after 13 minutes. Shamaki have taken the lead against Turantovos by 1-0. They lead in that game. And in the African Cup of Nations under 17, Tunisia have taken the lead against Egypt. 1-0 goal scored from the penalty spot in that game to give them the lead. Brighton have taken the lead against Tottenham Hotspur. Yes, they will always find a way to score. They have taken the lead against Tottenham Hotspur in the Women's Super League. Chelsea still lead Man United Women 1-0. Arsenal Women lead 3-0 against Liverpool Women. Aston Villa Women lead against London City Lionesses Women in that game 1-0. And West Ham Women still trail 1-0 against Manchester City Women, who have been crowned champions, yes, in this game. Okay, yes, they have been crowned champions this season already, as far as that one is concerned. So yes, we talking Carrick, and we're looking at what we could look at differently, and what the concerns are. That is, if you still have any, if you are still part of those who are not convinced that, oh yes, he's not played a lot of matches, when the demands start coming in, all of these and all of that and all of these and all of that, okay, I guess we will find out and know for certain what we need to do differently. You used to look at the Serie A and say, okay, again, maybe it depends on what United might be trying to do. I'm not sure a Lautaro Martinez would be a bad idea, or a Marcus Thuram.
Yeah, I would take a Marcus Thuram because I feel like the influence of I could possibly have taken Lautaro 3-4 seasons ago, but I think Marcus Thuram is the guy making it all happen for Inter Milan. Yeah. So I think Lautaro has had a more withdrawn role. So I think for especially where Manchester United currently are, I think a player like Marcus Thuram would be more suited, because you probably look at how much Lautaro Martinez could probably go for. Maybe the same range, but then Marcus Thuram is younger, and I think he has more, would I say more strength or more time, on him than Lautaro Martinez. But yeah, maybe if you're looking at a guy who can, play a more rounded game, maybe you're not looking at just somebody who will stay in the box and score a lot of goals. Yeah, of course, Lautaro is a fantastic counter attacker. He can, score a lot of goals as well, and I think he plays more with the team. But I think for what Manchester United currently need, I think they need more of a goal scorer who would be in the box to make things happen. Because you look at the kind of chances Manchester United, generates, with someone like Bruno Fernandes, somebody who is consistently, in the same where you can basically find him. You don't have to do so much. And I think such a guy is Marcus Thuram. And I think Italian teams don't, fleece teams, so to say. They don't ask for so much. Marcus Thuram could possibly cost you 40 million, 45, and I don't think that's a bad figure for such a player who is who plays, he affects game really well, and he runs effortlessly, tirelessly. So I think I'd rather go for a Marcus Thuram than a Lautaro Martinez.
Okay, of course, the thoughts of Joseph Obicheson on the show today. Hello, good afternoon to you, and welcome to Football Live. Hello. Okay, try to reach us again, and then we can hear you clearly.
Vicky?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joseph.
Good afternoon to you.
And Vicky, I need to talk.
Nick, you're welcome.
Yes, sir. We cannot take Jonathan to be the alternative for John Everett.
Well, United will have to look at that as well. I think Julian Alvarez is a quality player who would play for a lot of teams.
Yeah, for him coming back, for a guy that has played in that league before. England before.
I agree.
But me thinking
the money
Man City, we really need to go to Man U.
The Monunko, especially when you already have a Shesko, you just need a guy who can handle on big days and for the time being, not a permanent feature who gets to be struggling the same spot as Shesko, right?
Okay. For the case of Carrick, I did that lane where the top Carrick, you never see ball play to. I don't see say the matches.
But for the matches, you can only play the matches in front of you. The ones he has played, he has impressed. In fairness to him.
Yeah.
You know go win match where you never play now. We are judging him on the matches he has played. I mean, hypothetically, we can talk about all of those games and say, oh, if the fixtures are a lot, we might have struggles here and there. But again, I don't think it would be fair to judge him and say, okay, because those fixtures are not yet there, you can have reservations, okay? But a lot will depend on even to how they rotate players, how they rest players, and how players feature on a regular basis. I mean, there were a lot of concerns as to how Amorim was handling the team then, why the injuries were so many, and all of that stuff. But again, let's wait and see what the outcome will be, and then of course we'll know how things are looking. But let's go back to the Celtic game. It is now 87 minutes. 87 minutes Celtic against the Rangers, and Celtic are still doing everything possible to make sure they had the ball in the back of the net, but Maeda, of course, chipped it off the hands of the goalkeeper into the back of the net there. It looks like we will wait for VAR to give us an update on that situation right there, because in the mind of the guy, he scored that goal.
Legit goal, yeah.
Yes, it looks a legit goal because the goalkeeper hesitated and he went for it and scored. But nothing has been said about it. We'll wait to see what the decision will be. Looks like play has continued.
I think as long as the goalkeeper was yet to grapple or
the
ball.
The VAR guy is still listening to the VAR. This is a heart in the mouth moment as far as this fixture is concerned.
Against Hearts.
Like if you goal given. Come on. Maeda is on the ground. The Celtic guys are celebrating. Goal given. It is 2-1. Celtic have taken the lead, and yes, they kept at it. They were going for it all the way, and yes, they have just scored that goal, and that of course has catapulted them to the top of the table. Celtic are top of the table. Match day 38. It is the last game of the season, and after all that they have done, they just might end up as champions, because they are now on 82 points and Hearts are on 80 points as far as this one is concerned. Rangers, it is full time in that game. They came, they saw, they tried. At some point they were top of the table, were there for a while, but the last 4 losses they suffered before today's victory could not do anything for them, because I mean, imagine throwing away 12 points. Is that 12 points? Yes, that's 12 points. Imagine throwing away 12 points. If you add 12 to what they have now, which is 72, that would have been 84, and Rangers would have been champions.
I think that was Ekelechi assist, yeah?
Yes, it looks like, and a very good one, of course, for Rangers right there. Sorry, Celtic. For Celtic, who have dug deep to take the lead in this game.
They've had a crazy season.
Honestly, I was listening to the coach who took over from the MLS Columbus Crew, Wilfred Nancy. He was talking about what he met and how he struggled and how things were not really looking good, how he had a hard time passing his ideas across, that he needed more time, that if he had known, he probably would have said no to the job, so that he would take up such a job in the summer where he's able to get his recruitment right and then start on a clean slate. But the job was already a pressure cooker at the time he took over, and the only result would have kept him on the job. He admitted that he was wrong to have taken up the job at the time he did, and I mean, what is life is fair when you agree to your faults, and then you let people judge you by the fact that you are human and you can make mistakes as well. So yes, Celtic lead by 2-1 in that game. Rangers are all over the place now. They want to chase the game. They want to run after every ball and make sure they get it right. But let's see how many minutes will be added to this game and what the possible outcome could be as far as this one is concerned. Yes, they are throwing everything into it. And yes, let's see. It's only a matter of a time now. And then it will, of course, be full time in that game. And it will be celebration all over that place. Yes, it will be celebration all over the place if it goes that way. Yes, let's let you know that 8 minutes. Wow. 8 minutes have been added. 8 whole minutes have been added to that game. And it is a fight to the finish, especially for Hearts, who will be doing everything possible to work their way back into this game as much as possible. But yes, will that happen? Yes, we're waiting to see, and we'll definitely let you know how things are looking as far as that one is concerned. 8 minutes added to this game. Celtic lead by 2-1, and yes, they can smell it already. But all the efforts the Rangers are putting in, a few have actually fallen by the wayside. But let's go to action in England. Yes, the English FA Cup. And yes, we're counting down to it. Bernardo Silva has been incredible for Manchester City. And you know that this, of course, is another opportunity for him to add a trophy to the ones he's won at City already. And let's see if that could be a thing as far as this fixture is concerned. So yes, Chelsea make 2 changes from the side that drew at Liverpool last time out. And they are giving a major boost with the return of a captain, Reece James, who's back at the side. The England international replaces Andre Santos and comes into a possible back 5 that was fielded at Anfield last Saturday. So yes, it is Sanchez in goal, Gusto Fofana, Levi Colwill, as well as Yaro Hato. And yes, of course, you have Caicedo and Reece James, the 2 in front of the back 4. Cole Palmer, yes, Enzo Fernandez, as well as Marc Cucurella are the 3 guys playing up top. Yes, Cucurella practically played as a winger in the last game against Liverpool. And João Pedro is the man who leads the attack for Chelsea in this fixture. The other change, of course, sees Robert Sanchez make a return to the side in place of Philip Jorgensen. And I can tell you, yes, on the bench, Sanchez, yes, on the bench for this Chelsea side. We'll look at the bench pretty soon. But yes, they have made those changes. These are the guys that will be coming in. Sanchez, by the way, is wearing a headgear today that would remind you of Peter Cech. Yes, will remind you of Peter Cech. Robert Sanchez, of course, is wearing a hair protection gear. Of course, as he's already warming up with it. So yes, there's every possibility that he plays with it. Remember his collision with Morgan Gibbs-White. Yes, of course. And so he is wearing that. For City, Pep Guardiola makes 5 changes to the side that thumped Crystal Palace during the midweek. They are boosted. Yes, they too are boosted by the return of Rodri. Yes, they are boosted by the return of Rodri, with the midfielder recovering from a groin injury. A major surprise sees Ryan Cherki drop to the bench, with Omar Mamouche keeping his place in the starting lineup, while the likes of Erling Haaland, Jeremy Doku, and Nico O'Reilly all return to the side. So yes, a cup keeper, talking about James Trafford, keeps his place in goal for the final in the place of Gianluigi Donnarumma. Phil Foden and Savinho are on the bench, but Josko Gvardiol as well as Ait Nouri, they miss out altogether in this game. So it is Trafford in goal. Yes, Matheus Nunes, Kushanov is there, Maguire is also there, and Nico O'Reilly. Yes, Rodri is in front of the back 4 alongside Bernardo Silva. And I can tell you that Antoine Semenyo, Omar Mamouche, and Jeremy Doku are the 3 guys playing right behind Erling Haaland, who leads the attack for this game. Okay, yes, there you have it. Updates are coming in from that side as far as this one is concerned on Football Live. Okay, Chelsea's last 5 results in the FA Cup. We'll start from the most recent to when they started in the 3rd round of the competition. Yes, they defeated Celtic. Before then, it was another side they played against. It was 7-0 in that game. And of course, they won against Wrexham 4-2. They defeated Hull City 4-0. And then they won against Charlton Athletic in the 3rd round when they started their journey in the FA Cup 5-1. So yes, goals have actually not been lacking as far as the Chelsea's run in this stage of the competition. They've scored 17 goals in total, getting to the final. 5-4-4-1, that's 10 plus 7, 17 goals in the FA Cup alone. So City are overwhelming favourites heading into the showdown against Chelsea on the back of a domestic 20-game unbeaten run. Pep Guardiola's side, takes his side to Wembley for a cup semi-final or final for the 24th time to face a Chelsea side out of form and led by former under-21 boss Callum McFarlane, current under-21 boss actually. And City are aiming for a treble of trophies, and they know that they can collect a second cup of the campaign by lifting, after lifting the Carabao Cup, if they win the FA Cup. The winning mentality, big game experience, well, that may prove pivotal as far as this one is concerned. But City are into the 4th consecutive final, but the wounds of the past two are still raw. Beaten by rivals Manchester United 2 years ago and stunned by Crystal Palace last May. Yes, they know that they could be walking the tightrope as far as this particular game is concerned. Striker Erling Haaland has never scored at Wembley. Will that barren streak, of course, continue for the Norwegian? Or you think all that could change today as far as this fixture is concerned? Let's go to, of course, take some of the comments that we have on our social media platform. Yes, of course, we have comments, of course, coming in on WhatsApp. Which are timely comments. We'll take them soon. Celtic still lead 1-0. It is the 97th minute of that game. Yes, 97th minute of that game. And Motherwell, yes, they have a free kick. Even the goalkeeper has joined the party. Yes, even the Motherwell goalkeeper has joined the party as we count down into the 98th minute of the game. Anything can still happen as far as this one is concerned. Celtic might just still finish everything here because the Motherwell goalkeeper is not in goal, and Celtic have scored another. Yes, they have scored another. 3-1. The Motherwell goalkeeper joined the attack. He went for that free kick, but Celtic, of course, were able to just beat the pressure. And the moment Kelechi Iheanacho won that ball, it was 3 Celtic players through on goal, running towards the goal, and there was no defender, no goalkeeper in goal. He just played it into an empty net there for Celtic to win this one 3-1. And what a way to end the season. What a way to end the season. Yes, it is 3-1. From the time they scored that goal, they've had 3 yellow cards in the 94th minute, 96th minute, and 97th minute. Yes, Sarachi, Maeda, as well as McGregor. Yes, all of them have picked up yellow card. But Osmond, Callum Osmond, the 20-year-old midfielder from Wales, is the man who has scored that last goal. And it looks like that goal will definitely hand Celtic the trophy. The game is not even over yet, but the fans are on the pitch. I'm not sure this is going to continue. They don't mind taking a fine, maybe. Yes, it looks like the end of the road as far as that game is concerned. Can we officially say they are champions? Because again, it looks mathematically they are champions because these guys cannot come back from 2 goals down, given the number of minutes left to play in this game. But it's full time. Yes, it's full time. Celtic are champions. Celtic are champions. What a journey. What a journey. All the way from where they are coming from. Despite all the bleeps and all the things they suffered in the course of the season, they are standing strong. They are champions. Games have kicked off in the Bundesliga. Yes, games have kicked off in the Bundesliga. All games are taking place at the same time in the Bundesliga. I can tell you that for certain. Action going down. It is 3 minutes across all the centers. Borussia Mönchengladbach against Hoffenheim. Bayer Leverkusen against Hamburg. Against Hamburger. And I can tell you that Freiburg against RB Leipzig. Heidenheim against Mainz 04. And then you have the game St. Pauli against Wolfsburg. Yes, Union Berlin also taking on Augsburg. And Werder Bremen against Borussia Dortmund is another game, of course, taking place right there, all at the same time as the season is also ending today in the Bundesliga. So yes, season grinding to a halt as far as that one is concerned. We've looked at Carrick, we've looked at other things today on the show. Let's, of course, go on elsewhere and take a look at some of the exciting things that we have lined up for you on Football Live on your Champions Down Sports Radio Global FM. Now, Chelsea go into the FA Cup final in an unusual position of having no permanent manager, an angry fan base, And a lingering question would be, of course, would beating Manchester City at Wembley be enough to salvage the season or save the season for Chelsea? They remain ninth in the Premier League, and yes, their pre-season target of Champions League qualification is all but gone. Qualification for any European competition remains a serious doubt, but victory on Saturday would at least, of course, secure a place in the second tier of Europa League. Yes, in Europe's competition. A result that will be welcomed by both fans and players and the club hierarchy. It remains a worrying picture for Chelsea, who are operating under a strict UEFA financial control. Yes, under strict UEFA financial controls following a settlement last year that limits their spending as they search for a new head coach. Bournemouth's Andoni Iraola, Fulham's Marco Silva, and a former Real Madrid manager Xabi Alonso are all understood to be high on the list of options available to Chelsea. Yes, Chelsea sources, of course, insist that the race is now open, but externally, Alonso is seen as the favoured candidate, but we'll have to wait for further confirmation as far as that one is concerned. Can Chelsea upset Manchester City and win their first domestic trophy since 2018?
To be honest, I think it is a possibility. I said earlier that Chelsea are better determined in this game than probably Manchester City. Yeah, Manchester City would obviously have their sights on the Premier League, just as Pep Guardiola has said. If they win tonight or today, they might not even celebrate. They'll just have that one eye on that game against Bournemouth midweek next week, and where it would determine if they have something to fight for in the final day of the season, which I understand. Premier League is bigger by every stretch, by every measure, than the FA Cup. So you can understand when he makes such comments. And you look at Chelsea on the other hand, they basically have nothing else to fight for, apart from the FA Cup, which could potentially set them into the Europa League. Yeah. Just as Manchester United snatched that from them 2024. When Man United won that one. Yeah, they are the underdogs, but you would understand that they have everything to fight for. It is basically their lifeline. This season has been tough on the Chelsea fans. Yeah, they started the season with the swagger of we won the Club World Cup. Maresca was doing magic. I think what we thought was magic. Some of the fans were even too arrogant to even acknowledge him and what he's done. But after he left, I think everybody could see how deep-rooted or how deep-rooted the rot is, with Chelsea. And coming, what's his name now? The one who was sacked, Liam Rossinier, and then he was sacked, and then they brought in McFarlane to just see how it would just about steady the ship until the season goes out of just fizzles out. And I think however that job has come for McFarlane, I think he also has a sight on it and like, okay, this is basically the only thing I'm not saying he wants the job. He's not also communicated if he wants the job. I mean, talks about Xabi Alonso potentially taking over the job. So I think for me, if there's anything for him to at least add to his CV, is to beat a certain Manchester City and win the FA Cup for Chelsea. I think that first of all sets him on a really good standard. If he gets out of Chelsea tomorrow and then maybe gets a good job, probably a mid-table job, nobody knows, because if you've done a good job at Chelsea and beat a Manchester City and won the FA Cup, I think that sets you up for a good standard in terms of wherever you might go. So for me, and look at the players as well. The Reece James, they came in that game against Liverpool, and there was this sense of calm from every of the boys. You could tell the kind of aura was coming with, okay, we just have to play this game with our heads and not play the occasion, not play with emotions. Don't be overwhelmed by whatever you might be confronted with. And they trusted him. He's the leader. That's the reason why you need leaders on the pitch as much as possible. And for him to actually come into this game, he's played finals before, and he kind of for sure have that big game mentality and sort of arrange things well for Chelsea not to lose. Yes, we know we are the underdogs, but we should be motivated. Manchester City have not had the best of time in Wembley for the past 2 years now. They lost back-to-back FA Cup finals, and it means you basically have a chance. And you look at the history of Chelsea, they showed up against this Manchester City and the UEFA Champions League final. And I think if you communicate that with them, everybody should arrive at one place. Yes, we need this more than we need. Manchester City needs it, and so we have to fight for it. So I think with that mentality, it doesn't take so much. We've seen City get battered this season, so I don't think it will be that hard, for you to, play with that kind of mind, because you want to make everything as perfect as possible. Roberto Di Matteo, he didn't have the very best of CV. In fact, he did not have the very best of teams. He went to Bayern Munich, where they do not. It was like a slaughter slab. That was, pre-prime of Bayern Munich, and then he made it happen. However, it did. So I think you go into a cup final with such mentality, you have one advantage. It means you are putting every tackle in. You are fighting with your absolute sweat and blood. You are fighting everything, and you just need such mentality against the Manchester City side, who are technically good. Yeah, maybe to a level of arrogance. They have the quality of players, but we also can establish that they falter most times when they need it, the most. And with a team that is distracted with, fighting Arsenal for the Premier League table on to the dying moment, and I think you have just one ahead of yourself. And I would not honestly be surprised if Chelsea go ahead to, prove a shocker. At this point in time, don't be naive. Chelsea are the underdogs. Manchester City are simply the favourites. But again, sometimes you don't need to be the favourite to win, cup competitions. Manchester United have done it. Chelsea have done it. Liverpool have done it. Everybody has done it. And I think Chelsea can outrightly do that today once again.
Okay, let's take a break on the show this afternoon. When we come back, we'll read your comments, and then of course we will also take your thoughts on this matter. We're 20 minutes away from the kickoff of that game. There'll be more after this time out. Stay with us. Football Live continues when we get back.
They go with the corner kick. Shooting star still looking for the 3-point here. And no! Fantastic header.
The WBC interim heavyweight champion of the world, the Nigerian Nightmare.
In this stubby moment, I'm king.
Carroll's in! And he's won it for Liverpool! Much criticised club record signing comes up with a header that lifts their spirits.
Higher with the crown, yes.
They're looking to switch it quickly here for Ronaldo, who's got the better of Diego Alves, and Ronaldo scores brilliantly. The finish of a master, a craftsman at work.
Shout out to my haters, sorry that you couldn't faze me.
On the back, this is Kanu. He's got the captain and won the game for Nigeria. The man who's saved the game for Nigeria takes the game to the final. Nwankwo Kanu, what a moment for him.
Greatness is what we on the brink of.
I don't believe it. Aguero, with seconds of the season remaining, has won the Premier League title for Manchester City. Hollywood, make this movie.
They have become the first African side to win Olympic gold and to win a major world footballing tournament. And no wonder they'll celebrate. Nigeria with the gold medal.
I'm really trying to make it more than what it is, because everybody dies, but not everybody lives.
Messi scores! Another Messi milestone, a half-century of goals in the Champions League, and he's the youngest player to reach that figure.
This is my moment.
Every moment is a treasure with Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
I wish that I could have this moment for life.
Brila FM, a complete deal.
'Cause in this moment I just feel so alive.
Time once again for VAR, Video Assistant Referee.
Everybody saw it.
Paul Tierney is recommending that Anthony Taylor goes and has a look for himself.
Yeah. We know you saw it too.
On reflection, he does get there first. He does make contact.
Let's review that scene and double check it all on the VAR show.
All right, make I use my VR made in Marine Beach. Yes, stand on the bridge, you see everywhere clearly. My VR made in Ungwanrimi.
9:30 a.m. Mondays to Fridays on Sports Radio, Brila FM. VAR. The recheck.
I don't quite the company's name.
Brilla Brilla FM, Brilla Brilla FM, Brilla Brilla FM, Brilla Brilla FM.
88.9, got more goals than the number 9, top notch. Singing to the Remy and I only listen to Brilla FM, they stay winning.
Brilla Brilla FM, Brilla Brilla FM, Brilla Brilla FM, Brilla Brilla FM, Sports Radio.
Brilla FM, 88.9, baby.
Hi, DJ Drogba.
Hello, this is Heidi Gabraselassie.
Hi, I'm Michael Essien, midfielder.
My name is Jeremy Mikel.
My name is Danny Jordan.
My name is Kolo Toure.
Hi, my name is Diego Vangiras.
Hi, sports fans. My name is Victor Moses.
My name is Lightning Bolt.
I'm Joseph Yabo.
My name is Austin Jeju Okocha.
This is David Dean, former Vice Chairman of Arsenal and the Football Association. We're on 88.9 Brilla FM.
We're reaching out to bring the big names to you. Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM. There's nothing like it.
And it all kicks off right here.
You know, contributing your hot takes and opinions just got way easier because Sports Radio Brilla FM is doubling down the fun by giving you 2 magical lines to connect to the studios. That means when you dial the numbers
090-41,889 and 090-44,889,
your voice will be heard on the home of the fans around the world. What are you waiting for? Start dialing because now you have not one but a 2-way access to having your voice heard on your favorite radio station.
Breaking news straight to your phone. Brilla Media is now on WhatsApp. Follow our official WhatsApp channel for the latest sports news, talking points, live updates, and in-depth coverage of sports events in Nigeria and around the world. From international tournaments to national teams, athletes, and exclusive stories. If it's sports, it's on Brilla Media. To join, simply go to WhatsApp channels on your device. Search Brilla Media and tap follow channel. No stress, no delays. Just sports as it happens. Brilla Media, home of the fans.
They are the heartbeat of the game. The voices that roar from Lagos to London, from the streets to the screens. They are more than fans. They are family. They are Brilla Nation. You cheer, you chant, you celebrate every goal, every victory, every moment that matters. And every single day, Brilla Media celebrates you. The power, the passion, the pride of Brilla Nation. Brilla Media, the home of champions, the voice of the fans. United we stand, together we win. Because we are Brilla Nation.
He sent it in with that gorgeous left foot of his.
Have you heard anything quite like this?
Absolutely not.
From London to Lagos.
It was a long ball over the top.
It's gone by the form book.
Yeah, it's a superb performance from Arsenal, really. Unbelievable.
Boom. Big goal in the relegation scrap.
Wow.
Nigerian Frank Onyeka returns to the substitutes bench for Brentford.
That's why we stand out from the crowd.
If you're a Tottenham fan, you'll be jumping up and down.
Yeah, it was an absolute screamer. Fair play to Mikel Antonio.
Pick that one out.
It's been a pleasure having you with us.
And when's it all going to end?
Football Live on Brilla FM.
Live and exclusive to Brilla FM. You are tuned in to Football Live.
So we've got so much coming up on Football Live. We're covering everything in England, in Germany, in Italy, in Spain, in Saudi Arabia, in Nigeria. You name it, we've got it covered here on Football Live.
Our fantastic team of reporters will be bringing you all the goals as they go in the biggest games across the footballing world.
We love a bit of drama here on Football Live, and we've plenty of it this afternoon.
And you could not have scripted this.
I'm sure we've got a cracker on our hands.
This game is incredibly and beautifully unpredictable.
Well, I said the wheels were falling off. Wheels, the doors, the steering wheel, it's all come off.
Well, with just Wood 1. Keeper headed off and goal.
fantastic.
Didn't really see that one coming this afternoon.
Gone right under him. It's a shocker from the goalkeeper.
Where's it all gone wrong?
Football Live. There's nothing like it on weekends.
Football Live.
Football Live. There's nothing like it on weekends.
Of course, we're looking at Chelsea, and we're counting down to the kickoff of that game. Let's take some of our other calls, and yes, of course, some messages as well. Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, that was everybody in the studio.
Welcome.
Yes, my name is Mr. Bright. I'm an icon of Manchester City. Yes, for me, for the lineup, I'm really happy to yes, Rodri is back for our squad. I'm really happy. But the way I know I will be saying wait to go bench and check and start the Mamamush. But anyway, a massive attack. At the least, yes, at the end of this game, we can't split the trophy for Pep Guardiola Salah. You know, it's been a my way big. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that one as well on the show today. Yes, we're still taking more of the calls as they come in. Yes, Football Live on your Champion Star Sports Radio Brilla FM. Soon we would have a look at the comments on WhatsApp and take them as well. Yes, we have a lot of them coming in already, and we will go there before the kickoff of this game. Also, we're asking, can Chelsea pull an upset? Yes, can they pull an upset in this game, or you think it's all going to be Man City all the way? Yes, and the resistance is nothing to talk about. Resistance is futile as far as this fixture is concerned. You think Chelsea can pull something, or you think no, it will be City who will be too strong for them to conquer? Okay, let's hear from you this afternoon on the show. 090-41,089, 090-44,889. Yes, the numbers to call as we take your thoughts on the show. Okay, yes, let's take your thoughts on the show today as we look at
That is absolutely superb.
yes, this game. One more for Bernardo Silva Joseph, a guy who has served the City so well, and he's done great for them. He's the captain this season, and of course an opportunity for him to also sign out to the trophy.
Well, this actually will be a really good one. It's going to leave the club with so much trophy in his cabinet, and of course I think that will be 10 years now, or 9, just about less than a decade. So it means it's been there since the beginning for Pep Guardiola, since 2017. He's a proper club legend.
He was signed at the end of 2017.
Yeah, and a proper club legend. Maybe it's a nice way to bow out, but again, I don't think this will be one that defines him. And of course, he's won it before. I mean, he won Newcastle and several other ones. And I think it's actually nice that you'll be living after such a wonderful season by standard. maybe not in terms of goals and assists, but he's basically been involved in every of Manchester City's activity this season. And living at such a good note, in fact, on such a level, is one that would basically be an envy to so many of the superstars that even Manchester City have produced in the past. So I think for me, however this turns out, I think he can still hold his head high and be proud of whatever he's achieved or what he's achieved at Manchester City. It's been a really good one, a good ride. One of the most trusted soldiers of Pep Guardiola. No matter how difficult times may be, he's always been there. So I think it's a proper way to send him off, and maybe, just maybe, he gets the Premier League. Nobody knows, but I think however the season may turn out, it's had a really good run in, and yes, hopefully by the time he leaves for wherever he leaves for, it's basically going to be a proud moment for everybody who has been a part of the journey, and for him especially.
Okay, 090-40-4889, 090-41-889. Yes, the numbers to call this afternoon. We're talking the FA Cup at this one in time. And if you think Chelsea can pull it off, or you think, let's not wait until final whistle will now come out and say, say once na final, Chelsea, they are unpredictable. Anything can happen. If you are thinking like that, bring it on now.
Make we know.
Make we know. So that nobody say you go to tell me. Tell me you. Now me and Joseph there. You never tell me anything. Let's let you know that Bayern Munich lead 2-1. They just made it 3-1 right now in that game. And Leverkusen have a penalty. Yes, Leverkusen have a penalty in that game as well. Yes, they have a penalty now. Union Berlin lead by 1-0. Mainz were the first to score today. They lead against Heidenheim 1-0. Freiburg lead against RB Leipzig by 1-0. Stuttgart lead on the road against Eintracht Frankfurt 1-0 as well. Werder Bremen against Borussia Dortmund. No goals recorded just yet. But Bayern, yes, they are definitely making it rain as far as this one is concerned. 3-1. It is Harry Kane on a brace already with 2 assists from Joshua Kimmich in that game. And yes, Bischkopf has also, Tom Bischkopf has added the 3rd goal for them, even though they conceded one. El Mala scored against them in the game, but yes, they lead by 1-0. Leverkusen have a penalty. Yes, it has not been taken yet. They have a penalty. We'll talk about that as soon as it is taken and let you know. Penalty missed in that game, Leverkusen. I did say at the start of the season that there were too many missed penalties and I was going to investigate. I have not gathered my data completely, but with what I have seen, a lot of penalties were missed this season. A lot.
Now make boys stop from arm now.
Joseph Obisha, thank you. I see what you're trying to do. Let's get to the comments, of course, before the game gets started. This one says, good afternoon. Please ensure to always keep it short. There are too many messages to take. We cannot take all of these ones. Adam from Akoka says, Chelsea have more chance. They have more than once proven to be the best underdogs in cup final games, and I see them snatching their Europa ticket with this game. Congrats to Carrick on his job. It will be fantastic to see him in full contest next season for Man United. Alvarez's height will not favor him so much in Carrick's style of play. Set pieces is common in his tactics. Let's go to this one. This one says, happy weekend, my brothers in the studio. Casey from First Stack Extension, hailing you guys. It says a loyal blue. Now our only roof to enter Europe next season be this, and I hope we make the most of it and stop the Amaka FC behavior. Okay, the one who they disappoint. This one says, I am Nico Miles, listening from Oka. Michael Carrick is a good choice, but many fans are still expecting another Sir Alex Ferguson era of a constant winning of trophies, long-term dominance. A 2-year contract is fair for now. United should strengthen key areas by signing Neco Williams at left back, Morgan Rogers for the left wing, and versatility, Marcos Senesi to improve the defense, Elliot Anderson in midfield, bring back James Garner, but could also be a smart move. Yes, he says with the right support, success will come with Carrick. He's productive enough. And he says, I'm seeing Chelsea running away with the FA Cup with a 1-0 win. Yes, Nico is listening from Oka. This one here says, my name is Collins, reporting from Paul. He says, Chelsea versus Manchester City. Chelsea will do their magic again to win this game. And, oh no, this one is too long. This one is too long. Like, this is over 4 paragraphs. Please, bro, take it easy. This one here says, Engineer Dasko, the Chelsea chairman from Onitsha, says, with the formation, the lineup that I saw in our game against Manchester City, I don't think they can beat us today in the FA Cup. I don't know if it's a risk for Robert Sanchez to be in post today. I saw him putting on a helmet, a headgear, actually, not the helmet, but that, you know. Yes, he says putting helmet on his head. That's the way you wear it now. He says, just like Petr Cech back then, I wish the club all the best this afternoon. Let's go. This one says, good day to you guys in the studio. Giving Carrick the job will prove what type of coach he will be, because he has got to play all competitions this time around. His game and his player management will prove beyond reasonable doubt. Yes, will prove beyond doubt. He says, I trust the English media next season. We shall see. Ayo from Aberdeen, Scotland. He's English too. They may not exactly do anything to him. Chris from Tunisia says, Victor and Joseph, Michael has done a good job at Man United. And the board members need to do now is give him the support in the transfer market and get more players that can play according to the plan of the coach. And as for me, Michael is a good coach. Okay, let's take this on here. He says, I think Carrick has earned the right for that job, but he should please give him free hands to select the choice of players. This free hands conversation, you people are overstretching it. There's nowhere in the world where somebody gives you a job and gives you free hand. You still need supervision. It isn't a free hand you they take operate for that your office. Your guy just leave you, maybe they do anything with you like human being. Why it is a rules and laws and regulations they do. Human beings know they like control. Oh. If you tell people say this is where we are stopping, one day they go come out contact waiting they behind this wall where they know they let us pass this line. Why we know they pass this line? Waiting they behind the line. Cross and see whether anything go happen. Good afternoon, Victor and Joseph. He says, please, was the WSL roundup today? Goyega from Ikeja. Goyega, go cut your ticket too. I go let you know. Let's take this on. This one says, VQ and Joe, greetings to you guys in the studio. Slot doesn't know how to buy the needed players. How will you allow Luis Diaz and Arnold, who won the trophy, to leave the following season? Yes, you let them leave and expect to get good results. Let him leave, else Liverpool will still not do well in the following season. My name is Frank Agbasa, the Ghanaian. Okay, Chale, let's take this one here. Some of the comments we have in the WSL. Chelsea women still lead 1-0. 12 minutes were added to 90. In the other games have been concluded. Manchester City women won by 4-1. London City Lionesses defeated Aston Villa women by 2-1. They came from a goal down in that game. Arsenal women won against Liverpool women 3-1. Everton women defeated Leicester women by 2-1. And Brighton women lost 2-1 despite scoring first against Tottenham Hotspur women. And those games have ended. Chelsea women against Man United women. That game is still on. We are in the 90 plus 13 minutes of that game right now. Yes, that I can tell you. Action is kicked off at Wembley in the English FA Cup. Yes, it is Chelsea against Manchester City. And let's see where this is going to go and what the outcome of this game will be. Of course, I know that if you're a Chelsea fan, you're rooting for your team and you're hoping that come final whistle, Chelsea would have been able to get the job done. But the return of Rodri into the starting lineup is a huge plus. Sometimes when people talk about, even from the comments and from the calls we've had, Chelsea fans are optimistic. As much as I agree that the optimism is not a bad thing, I saw how they played against Leeds United. The moment they scored that goal, for most parts of the second half, they defended.
Yeah.
And, at that point in time, grinding out the result was the most important thing. Rodri returns, and Chelsea were just only able to stop their losing streak by pulling a draw against Liverpool the last time. In all of that time, before now, City are stretching 20 games without losing a game, and we're talking about scoring a lot of goals in those games. Maybe after 90 minutes you would say all that does not matter, but as far as this fixture is concerned, it is hot on the heels of those who are involved, and you cannot write off the form of a City side coming into this game to say that all of that 20 unbeaten run does not matter. What matters is what they are able to do, especially when you understand also that in that unbeaten run they met Chelsea at Stamford Bridge and it was a whitewash.
Yeah, and at that point in time, we could also understand that Chelsea were not particularly having, the very best of times.
Exactly.
Because, very dark period. But I think since then, McPherson has not had so much of a, in terms of how many games is done. It's done just about something around 5. Not particularly long enough for you to say, okay, this is how much he's imposed and this is how much Chelsea have actually improved or not under him. Yeah, given the fact that he's played against some really tough opponents. But I think after the sack of Liam Rowe Senior, you can also agree that okay, maybe he's the boys are out to prove something in terms of new managerial balance. If it could be something, it has not exactly gone down really well. And I think all things were basically leading to this point. And you listen to the way he spoke in many of the pressers. It was a case of okay, we are actually trying to wait for something. We are everything would be doing leads up until that moment, and I think this is where it's the real test is. If he's successful or not, I think for me it should not take away the fact that okay, they were poor at some point, and of course they just need something to save the season. But again, also Manchester City. Plenty of the games they've played, I think a few times you can actually say, okay, yes, they've hit that stride and they will be able to pull apart any team. And we've seen many of the some of the times that they've played. It feels as if you don't even just trust them 100%. Just enough before they started the run into the final tail of the season. And to be honest, if you're looking at the form coming into this game as against Chelsea, I think there can only be one winner here. Okay. But again, there's so much that adds into the dynamics of how it may turn out to be. I mean, Manchester City could have the majority of the balls and even create all of the chances, even come near so many times. But the truth is, sometimes you need only one moment to go for you in the final, in the major final. In fact, even any cup competition in the world, especially in the final, you need to take just that one moment and make it yours. I remember the last Carabao Cup, Newcastle United against Liverpool. You could argue that it was supposed to be a Liverpool game all day, but I mean, Newcastle United picked their moment, and we have the case. I mean, it is history today. So I think for me, based on form, there can be only one winner. But I think every other thing that has to the game that makes it what a final really is. I think there could be some conversation at the end of the day.
Okay, 09041,889, 09044,889. Which way will it go? Will it go the way of City, or will it go the way of Chelsea Football Club? 5 minutes on the clock in that game, and I can tell you it is goalless. City, of course, being at their best, doing their possession
thing. They just need to frustrate them.
Force them to come out and do all the things they want to do. RB Leipzig have pulled one back against Freiburg. It is 2-1 in that game right now. I can tell you that action in the Bundesliga. Yes, Drago is the man who scored from Jan Diomand's assist in this game. It is 2-1 right there. Union Berlin lead against Augsburg, 1-0. St. Pauli against Wolfsburg, no goals recorded. So also is the game between Werder Bremen and Borussia Dortmund, where no goals have been scored so far. And yes, the third game that has not seen any goal in the Bundesliga is the game where Patrick Schick missed the penalty to put Bayer Leverkusen ahead. So that game stays goalless against SV Hamburger in the Bundesliga. Final day of the season where games are taking place. I can tell you Wolfsburg have just taken the lead. Yes, to take themselves out of the teams that have not seen goals. Yes, they have just taken the lead against St. Pauli. 1-0 right there. And yes, that's the latest coming in. Barring any other VAR intervention, that goal is going to stand. Okay, yes, it is 1-0 right there. And yes, that I can tell you. Early days, but yes, City appear to be lumping the ball, wanting to catch the defense off guard.
Yeah, and I like
anything to take the lead. First things first.
Yeah, I think I like the way Chelsea have responded. I think they've been more calm and calculated, and everybody's basically picking it once at a time. There's no indication of okay, what team is taking the initiatives for now, but you'd always. All right, I think that was the first chance I'd go, Manchester City Marmoush. But I think you would always expect it to be a little bit cagey, especially at the first the first 15 minutes or so. I think the game would open up as it goes. Chelsea have also had one case where Cucurella was just not able to get beyond the back line of Manchester City. But again, it's just to tell you that they are just testing the waters. I think they won't want to commit as much as possible, at least for this moment. I mean, it's a game that could go the entire, the distance in terms of, extra time or whatnot. So I think they would not want to, do so much in terms of, they want to be patient to be able to break each other down. And I think the first gaps, the first notice of a leak, I think any of them could, exploit it, and we could have a different game entirely, against what we even started the match with. But let's see how it goes. I think in the next 5 minutes or so, we'll see the game open up more, and we can tell what direction it's going. But for now, it's been very much open, and both teams can actually, still grab the game by the scruff of the neck.
Open game, yes, you heard that. 8 minutes on the clock. Chelsea against Manchester City. It is English FA Cup action, and 8 minutes gone. Well, yes, Chelsea won. City have just won a free kick just outside the area. Yes, outside the area. Just somewhere, of course, outside the 18. Pretty far, actually. 35-40 yards away from the goal, which is pretty far. And, of course, they in their usual way, you see players having conversations about what they want to do or what they plan to do and all of that stuff. But, yes, Bernardo Silva, Antoine Semenyo, these are the guys standing over the ball. But yes, the Ghanaian was the one who went for it, and it came off the wall. So yes, Chelsea have averted the danger right there in that case. Almost had a counter-attack go in their favor, but Cole Palmer was unable to connect with that one. And Kushanov, of course, cleared it out for a throw-in, yes, in the game, as it stays goalless with 9 minutes decided already as far as this fixture is concerned. So yes, let's take you right back into it. Of course, we'll take your comments, we'll take your thoughts, and we're asking you today if you think Chelsea can pull it off and get the job done. Good afternoon, Brilla. Congrats to Michael. We expect a good result from him. Which Michael? Carrick, I guess. Okay, please put the name, because the first name could be a bit confusing. Expect a good result from him, and I'll be happy to see Jose Mourinho in my Madrid. We need his discipline in the dressing room. Ahmed Silva from Lekki. That discipline conversation, he will have to walk it tightly. He will have to walk it tightly. Baba also need to create room for the Gen Zs within in team now, because in most cases now coaches they throw under the bus. And I think these players know it. They know it. The club no go vex, say everybody they go house. They go say, Coach, Alpha, you couldn't handle your boys. Coach, come and go. But yes, so far, that's what we have seen as far as this game is concerned. City pretty much getting into those areas, asking those questions. Yes, they've not been clinical, but they have tried to puncture Chelsea in one or two areas.
Yes, they've even entered the 18-yard area, I think, more times. And you can tell, the more Manchester City grow in this belief, once they start, getting entry into the 18-yard box, you're not far from danger. And I think that's what Chelsea needs to be wary of. They need to understand that it's not just about defending and packing the what's the word, not just swarming the box or even defending the edges. I think they could do a better job of defending the edges and not to allow enough touches. I think this is too uncomfortable. The way they've been gaining entry, I think it's still early. And if you're a team that wants to at least try as much as possible to frustrate Manchester City or to stretch them, you try as much as possible not to allow them entry. They are a team that could also counter-attack and play the long passes, because they've got really technical players who can spray those passes and even control them really well. But it's important that you try as much as possible to show them outside than to gain entry. And I think it's just far too close for me, the way Chelsea have allowed them into the box. I think the more they go in this belief for Manchester City, the more dangerous it gets for Chelsea. And it seems as if the pressure could be on them anytime soon. It feels as if now they just want to, let's just see how we could contain them. But the moment they have 10 minutes, or in fact 5 minutes on this sort of ascendancy, this trajectory, building more pressure, I think Chelsea just have to be, weird, because it feels as if, again, they'll get any chance at any moment in time. They are getting way too deep into the box, and I think it could, let's say, a dangerous precedent for Chelsea defense.
It was Gehi, of all people, who got on the edge of the box and then laid that pass, but Nico Riley did not see it early enough to run onto the ball.
Yeah.
That's to tell you how deep Chelsea are playing into their own half. In the meantime, let's go to the Bundesliga and let you know that Mainz have doubled their lead against Heidenheim 2-0, and Union Berlin have also doubled their lead against Augsburg 2-0. It is in that game, and only 2 games are yet to see a goal as far as this fixture is concerned. It is the Werder Bremen game against the Borussia Dortmund and the Bayer Leverkusen game against the Hamburger. Yes, these are the 2 games where we are yet to see a goal in these games that are taking place, of course, in the Bundesliga. Final day of the season, and yes, it is coming down today. As far as this one is concerned, we could go to other areas and take a look at all that is happening in some places too. Let's let you know that in Norway, yes, games taking place. Viking trail against the Start 1-0. Rosenborg lead 1-0 against Alesund, and I can tell you that Moda against Christiansen, no goals yet. Lillestrøm against Sandefjord. Lillestrøm have just taken the lead, and Fredrikstad against HamKam. It is 14 minutes and it is no goals recorded in that game. Okay, yes, the latest coming in from all of these centers, and we are taking you closer to it on Sports Radio Brila FM, letting you know how things are looking. Well, an offside situation there. Chelsea were really up for it, getting into that place, but it was offside, and that didn't count. Of course, the chance was further narrowed down already. I'm not sure the player would have been able to do much from there, but you never know. But it was offside, and once again, a good chance. Antoine Semenyo, yes, playing on the flank where you have Kukurea and Hato. He was able to play a crossing across the face of goal. But of course, no City player anticipated that. That was a good one. You would have thought that the main strikers in Haaland and Marmoush would try to get in on the end of that. But of course, maybe they know better now.
Yeah, it was basically out of nothing. I didn't even know it could pull that off, Semenyo, the cross, because I felt Korea had just about a yard, ahead of him that could possibly block it. It means, with that singular action, it means plenty more would happen from that ring, because I expected Kukurea to do a better job, but even when you think, okay, he had the advantage, he was still able to put that out, across. And the truth is, I think they've not done a good job again, how deeply they've been defending. Man City have been having way too much players inside the box. And this is where the likes of the Corrali comes alive. Looking at his average position, he's inverted into that just about number 9 role, even with Haaland. And when he gets all of these quarterbacks, Gay, he's had about 2 or 3 times it was at the edge of the box. It's just to tell you how dangerous Chelsea have actually been living in their defense. And I think just turning it a notch higher, or even just maintaining this tempo for a few more minutes, Manchester City could get the first goal. I just do not find it comfortable that Chelsea are defending this deeply. I think they need to find a way to take them as when you get the ball, hold on the ball for as much as possible. And I think they did that when João Pedro got that chance, even though it was offside. But I think it was really good. They actually built a triangle around the left-hand side, and they built that web, and Manchester City were not able to cope with the intricate passing. They just, good work from Enzo Fernandez or Kukurea who lead the pass for João Pedro. And I think with more of that, they could get themselves into the game, creating more. But the way they've been defending, I really do not think is the way to go for a side like Manchester City, who are just waiting for one little gap, a ball to Nico Riley, and you could tell it's almost over for Chelsea in that passage of play.
Okay, let's see how that goes, because of course, as far as that game is concerned, we have seen 16 minutes of action right there, and it is still a goalless affair. In some of the centers in the Bundesliga, it is half-time already. Yes, we would let you know how things are looking. Borussia Mönchengladbach against Hoffenheim. It is goalless it is a 2-0 Mönchengladbach lead at halftime. I can tell you that Dortmund against Borussia Dortmund, who are away to Werder Bremen. It is goalless at halftime in that game And that, of course, I can tell you. Bayern lead 3-1 in their own game against the FC Cologne. 45 minutes on the clock. It's not halftime yet. But yes, Bayern definitely holding on to the lead that they have right there. Again, you would expect that for the amount of work Cucurella is doing, somebody has to double team for him, because Semenyo it looks like he's in the mood today.
Yeah, he's in the mood. And to be honest, you can find Cucurella getting really frustrated. I mean, there was a bit of I don't know. There was a bit of frustration. I don't know if it's still which was with his the rest of the squad. But James Rodriguez is having a word with the referee and Cucurella. I think he made some sort of remarks to the linesman.
Reece James.
Yeah, Reece James. That was Cucurella was. I think there was a shout between him. There was exchange of words between him and I don't know if it's Hato, but the referee. I mean, the linesman got involved, and okay, the linesman was actually involved. I don't know what he's saying.
He cleared the ball outside from the feet of Semenyo, and then he said something. I'm not sure what he said, but
he has to get a grip of himself and his emotions, because when your head gets into this game this much and you start to flare this way, it means you're distracted, and I don't think it will take much for Semenyo, who has been cool throughout, to get a better of you. And you look at the average positioning of Cucurella as well. Hato has been the one having to drop to that point where Cucurella leaves the space behind, and then Cucurella pushes up front. When you're having Semenyo get that comfortable, it's not a sign of good thing. And I think Cucurella just has to watch it. When they are defending, it doesn't have to be too away from his man, even though most times he gets beaten. And when you are having one of your defenders get beaten too often, you have to probably change strategy, or just change the shape of which Chelsea have been defending. But again, too many entering into that zone is it could be dangerous for Chelsea, in the short term.
Okay, they have actually been trying to lob the ball past the back line and just get something out of it, but so far that hasn't worked. Of course, early tricks that these guys are doing. Now, Marco Correa goes running across to the assistant referee before berating him in his face. And yes, Darren England.
Be a yellow card.
Darren England takes no action, but he's spoken with the Chelsea captain. So maybe, of course, they know what to do now as far as that one is concerned.
I think the assistant referee, this is the first time we're having a black referee, a black officiating official in the FA Cup final.
Okay. Certainly not Darren England, maybe one of his assistants on the side.
Yeah, I'm talking about the guy,
the linesman.
The linesman, yes.
Oh, okay.
This is the first time we're having such in an FA Cup final.
The game has not particularly lived up to the real pace or intensity that a lot of us would have expected a big game in England to live up to. But again, let's not forget what it is City we're talking about here, because again, this was how the first leg ended. The FA Cup, the Premier League game between these two sides ended goalless at halftime at Stamford Bridge, and then at the start of the second 45, it was all guns blazing. But City, of course, have been pushed back by Chelsea now, and that could have been something special, because yes, they came really close to going ahead in this game. Good cross, of course, from Malo Gusto to the end far post, and yes, of course, Matheus Nunes got a header to it before it got to Marco Correa in that case. And yes, a good way to get the game started as far as this one is concerned. They too have thrown something at City, probably to serve as a reminder that okay, we saved the but yes, that's what it is right now. And from that, Chelsea have a corner. Yes, they have a corner which they have taken. 21 minutes gone, and again, you don't want to make mistakes at this point in time, because you're settling yourself into the game, and if you concede, you make the job twice as difficult.
Yes, you make it difficult, and it is important for them to know when to defend and know when to attack. Also, to at least get a hold of the ball and not allow Manchester City so much freedom to even attack or even get the ball. So I think with how they've done it so far, yeah, they've not been breached. But it is also important that you try to get the message across. Try to attack when you can. I don't think it is going to be that easy. But when you get a hold of the ball and you don't know what to do with it, I think they've been too hesitant in the. All right, that's just another one. They've been too hesitant in the attacking third at Chelsea. So that is the reason why Manchester City have had more time attacking than even defending. They just need to up the numbers and be able to get something into the box and get some attempts, and let's see if we can get a goal from there.
Okay, let's see how that goes and what could possibly change as far as this one is concerned, because out of nothing also again, this one has been launched forward and the entire Chelsea guys are attacking, but the end product is the problem. João Pedro lost his footing while trying to take a shot at goal.
That was an easy pass.
And
easy pass.
Maybe a pass would have just done the job. Sometimes these players get too selfish for at their own expense, because come on, it's first for the team before it is for you. I know that you've done the running almost across the entire pitch, and then you just want to finish up so that you can slide in front of the cameras. But please, just raise your head and see the other guy. He was available and he had
going to get 100 chance in this game. You are playing Manchester City.
Exactly. So if you have some of these chances, take them early and put yourself in a good place, rather than just be in a place where you be, especially if they have to chase this game at any point in time, it will be much more difficult. Way difficult for it will be if they have to chase this game. I think everything still looks good because it is goalless at this point in time, and that's the nature of the game right now. Yes, it is goalless after 23 minutes. And I can tell you that Eintracht Frankfurt against Stuttgart is the only game that there's been no halftime updates just yet, because of course all the other games it is halftime right now. And in that game, I think 4 or 5 minutes were added. Yes, about 4 minutes were added. We're in the 4th minute right now, and I can tell you that Stuttgart have doubled the lead. Yes, on the stroke of halftime, they have made it 2-0 in the game against Eintracht Frankfurt. 2-0 it is, and yes. City coming really close also to taking the lead in this game. Haaland, that's a good chance is missed right there. He will not get a lot of chances like that. Reece James practically gave that ball away. That would have been something, because again, losing the ball and then letting the opponent score from your own mistake, that would have been something as far as this one is concerned. And but you would expect again. There's a version of Haaland I've seen this season where you miss a chance that you expect him to easily just roll it into the net or just but I know it's common in most cases for strikers, but when you are that ruthless, you don't expect something like that. But again, Moise Caicedo is on the turf. He's grabbing his hamstring or his knee tendon.
Looks bad. Oh, the calf. I mean the shin.
You saw when he gave Mamouche body a while ago?
Yes, I was wondering because
it looks like that was where he picked it. It looks like that was where he picked it, because that was the last transition before the goal. Before this opportunity. But it looks like he will try to get up on his feet first so that they will know if he can rest his weight on it. It looks good. It looks good. Looks like he can continue. Maybe the heat he took is what is responsible for why he's uncomfortable.
He's struggling.
You know, he goes in hard into everything he does, and so when there's a concern, no,
can barely stand on it.
This is a struggle now.
No.
This is a struggle now. He's just trying to be a man. He's just trying to be a man. But yes, update from that game. Moise Caicedo is an injury concern. Yes, it's an injury concern. At a point in time, Conor McFarlane is also talking to the players and giving them instructions. Guardiola is doing same. But there is a bit of a concern. The medics should be all over this guy and see what is going on there with him and see if they can help him in any way possible. But 26 minutes on the clock. It is goalless. Manchester City 0, Chelsea 0. English FA Cup final. And yes, on Football Live, we're bringing you the action. Players continued. Yes, players continued. And I can tell you that Moise Caicedo is on the pitch. Hopefully, of course, he'll be able to carry on.
He's still struggling.
He is limping heavily. Okay, but let's hope it's the kind of pain that would go away as you run.
Also, one doesn't want to aggravate it for the World Cup.
Hopefully, too. I mean, that's a valid concern in this instance. That's a valid concern, and you want to make sure that will not also be a problem for the man. But yes, as it stands right now, Manchester City against against Chelsea. FA Cup. We are approaching 30 minutes as far as this game is concerned. 27 on the clock. It is goalless. But yes, I can tell you that.
It breaks the hood.
Yeah, but he was he offside? Yes, he was offside. Yes, he was offside. Of course, Erling Haaland was able to find the back of the net. Semenyo, yes, Matheus Nunes. All of these guys, Matheus Nunes ran into the offside position. Yes, he received the ball and was able to play it across the face of goal for Haaland to tap it into the back of the net, but he was offside at the time he received the pass from Semenyo. Yes, a reverse pass from Semenyo in that case, and so it goes out. The goal does not count. 28 minutes on the clock. These are situations where you begin to tell that Chelsea have got to be careful.
Yeah, they have to be careful. Remember we said something about that particular zone where Semenyo has had it a bit more comfortable. That was offside, but I think you have to be careful. That was a Caicedo lane, but you want to ask yourself, where is Gerald Hato? Even if Cucurella would not be the one to mark two players at once, you have to get somebody in there who would deputize. And City creating an overload in there, having three players there is, I think, it's a stretch, and it shows that how comfortable they are, especially in that area. So I think Chelsea have to defend their wings much better, their defensive wings much better than they've been doing, and hopefully they'll be able to get this sorted. But if you are placing so much on Caicedo, I think it's not a good way to go, because it's basically been shuffling between the defensive midfield area and even that's a Hato position where it should be. So I think that's the reason why Nunez had that extra run into the area, although it was offside. But I think it's just not a good sign when you look at how City have been sneaky, especially getting players in the box. It could happen the next time in, you just need an extra man run, even if it's not going to be Nunez, and somebody gets a ball in behind. Semenyo has been doing that fine through this first half. But you also have to be careful, how you defend those areas, really well in terms of Chelsea's defending.
Okay, let's talk about something that we have not particularly seen about this City side today in this game. The role Ryan Cherki plays in the final third in terms of creativity, small man who gets into those small spaces, is able to wriggle his way, he's a good dribbler, technically gifted, he can do all of that stuff, and then makes it easy for him to draw players to himself and tee up those passes where his teammates can finish off. That's a weapon on the bench for Chelsea, for Manchester City.
Yes.
If at some point in time they decide that, okay, these guys are being too compact at the back and we need a guy who can open up those spaces a little, because Doku is also a bit crowded. If you have a guy like Cherki, we just might have a case, where you are creating problems for them centrally and on both flanks.
Yes, and I think that extra space is where we just saw Nunez now. So it means Cherki getting into that position, and then you have Semenyo as well. It means they have better options in terms of, okay, we'll get a pass in. Semenyo would be the guy to drop into that central that half space, where what's his name, Caicedo, lost the track of Matheus Nunes. So it means you have an extra man in there, and it's good with all of these small passes into that half yard that opens up when they make a third man run. And I think I don't know when Cherki would come into this game, but I think it's going to have a really wonderful impact on the Manchester City attack if it comes in. I mean, it's always going to be a problem everywhere, but I'm also looking at how compact Chelsea have been in the middle of the park. Not so much has gotten past them, which is a fair play to them. I mean, they've done really well in Manchester City not overcrowding there with some of their intricate passes and even physicality, and compliment of the guy Caicedo. But again, if you have a Cherki who can hold on 1, 2, 3 people at the same time, I think it creates a lot of problem for Chelsea, and I think it will be interesting how they build up, especially when they have somebody who can do some of this work. And Doku has also been really impactful in their build up. It's practically hard to drop deep to help in the build up. just a few moments ago, Enzo could have been on a yellow card if not for, I don't know, the referee just wants to keep the game open. But that's just the impact of what you can get from dribblers and people who can take control. I think that is where the game will go, and we would need such profile as the game wears on.
Okay, let's see how it wears and what exactly could happen in the course of the game. But there's a bit of a concern. João Pedro is on the turf and he's grabbing his thigh. João Pedro is on the turf. He's grabbing his thigh. Hopefully it's nothing serious, but. Yes, these are sides of things you do not want to see in the course of a game. But yeah, he's up on his feet again. Let's see if he can rest weight on it. And that way we would know if anything would change and if we would see a different side handle things as far as this one is concerned. Of course, still the action continues and action second half about to get started across all the centers in the Bundesliga. Yes, we'll bring you further updates on that. In Turkey, Alanyaspor have taken the lead against Karagümrük. 34 minutes on the clock, 1-0. It is in that game, an action across all the grounds. Yes, we are serving it to you right here on Football Live. Let's also let you know that in the African Cup of Nations, yes, it is 1-1 under 17 AFCON. It is 1-1 between Tunisia and Egypt. And there's this kid I saw in the colors of Morocco. Bro, see, no just lie. Our guys, the enterprise and all these small talents, so they see where they applaud. Now God just did do one for them in a way we be saying it is not because we have set up structures. It is just a kid watches a lot of people, plays amongst people who are older than him, and then he stands out because he's naturally gifted. Yes. But some of these guys, whether they are trained, whether they are like when they play together, the quality of the decision making is mind-blowing. And for guys who are under 17,
for their age,
no, it's good what we see with these guys, and hopefully, of course, we'll continue to see it across the continent. There's one guy. Yes, I'm not the kind of person to compare people to people, but kid is good. Kid is very, very good. Yeah, I mean, I saw the comparison. I'm like, no, don't go there. But this kid is good. Like he was playing like small Messi. He was just weaving through people. I'm like, oh wow, where's this kid? And then you go back to check the names of the kids that the Moroccan guys have been grooming for a while. Some of the names that were published, and you still find out that they are familiar names. Not that names of kids that were published when they were 12, all of a sudden they are nowhere to be found. No. So 4 years time, where they will be 16 playing the under 17, you still recognize some of the names to say, oh, okay. Because again, at some point, maybe some will fall by the wayside, which is typical of youth football, and whatever it is, but you still see that some of the names are still there and the guys are getting the job done. Hoffenheim have a red card against Borussia Mönchengladbach. Yes, they have a red card and they are down by 2-0 in that game. I'd expect more goals in that game. Yes, Lemperl has picked up a second yellow in this game. It is at the start of the second 45 that he picked up the second yellow card. Like in blood, they ought to. They just show him, say, yeah, back to the shower room. Go and have an early shower. You are done. Thank you very much for trying. And he's been sent packing from that game. But yes, they trail 2-0 as far as that game is concerned. Results around the ground, especially in the Bundesliga. Werder Bremen against Borussia Dortmund goalless. Union Berlin lead against Augsburg 2-0. I can tell you also that Wolfsburg lead 1-0 against St. Pauli. Heidenheim trail 2-0 to Mainz. And the game between Freiburg and RB Leipzig, 2-1. Freiburg lead in that game. Stuttgart lead away from home, 2-0. Second half have not started in that game. Even in the Bayern game, second half hasn't started. Bayern lead 3-1. I can tell that Bayer Leverkusen is goalless against SV Hamburger. And yes, Borussia Mönchengladbach against Hoffenheim is also goalless. In the FA Cup, 36 minutes on the clock, Chelsea 0. Manchester City 0. And yes, Chelsea have been able to at least take the pressure off their own back line and taking it to Manchester City to try to gain something. Trafford, of course, grabbed that one. It was not to be. But, of course, if they keep at that, who knows what could happen as far as this one is concerned, Joseph.
But they need to sustain the pressure. One thing they've not done is to sustain.
They can't keep the possession.
They can't keep the ball, yes.
They can't keep the ball. So sustaining the pressure will be a bit of a stretch. Yeah, and sometimes these are the loopholes in situations like that where, okay, if you are not a possession keeping side, how do you now sustain the pressure over time? Especially when you are up against an opponent that is technically superior as compared to you. Let's let you know that Karabakh have made 3 goals today against Imisli FK, 3-0. And in the Bundesliga, yes, Freiburg have topped it again, 3-1. It is against RB Leipzig in that game. And yes, that of course is what we have for you coming into this stage of the game. Of course, 37 minutes, half an hour gone. Joseph, how would you sum the performance of City as well as Chelsea?
I think City have not been able to up the ante. They've not been able to...
probably waiting till second gear, the second half to get out of second gear.
Yeah, I think so. I think they've been rather patient. Probably too patient, in trying to take a charge of this game. I think they've tried as much as possible, but not just enough. Semenyo, has been comfortable. Haaland has barely had a whiff, and I think that's why it's been so open. For Palmer, I think his influence has started to grow on the game, and I think the more time he gets on the ball, the better for Chelsea, because it feels as if he's the only calm presence in that middle of the park. Yes, he's not particularly had a fantastic season by standard, but so far in this game, Chelsea have either hesitated or have rushed things. Nothing has been really calculated in the attack, but okay. They've just carved open another chance. But let's see if they will be able to do so. I think we should, if Manchester City were not pressing that highly, I think we'd also have so much of Reece James' influence, because it feels as if when Palmer and Reece James gets the ball, there's a bit more direction in how Chelsea play, but they've not exactly been able to hold on to possession to even get them the ball plenty of time. That is the reason why it's been just as but to the neutrals, it's probably been a really boring game. But so far, it's probably been not even up to a game of chess. But I just think Manchester City need to get their groove going, just up the pressure a notch, and I think you have Chelsea under the cosh.
Okay, let's see how that goes and what could change as the action continues. If things could switch from where they were to where both teams would want it to be, of course, we'll see. Waiting, of course, to see how that turns out as far as this fixture is concerned. In the meantime, let's let you know that Charleroi against Westerlo, 37 minutes on the clock. It is goalless in that game. And yes, we approach the 40th minute of the game. Yes, we approach the 40th minute of the game. But I can tell you that João Pedro, with his pace and his ability to hold on to the ball, hold up play with good passes, he's been able to involve his teammate as much as possible. But the end product is definitely proving to be a challenge in this case. Let's not forget that Kukurea is not exactly a winger, but he gets in the box a couple of times, and that's impressive. Again, if you are getting in the box as a fullback who's just been pushed to play as a makeshift winger, it exposes one thing. Matheus Nunes is not the guy to defend the goal for you. He can be fantastic when they attack, but of course he's not been able to keep his man out of the box area. He would need a lot of covering from Semenyo to be able to achieve that. But let's see. The Chelsea passes have been pretty precise, but again, they need to get it all together and make sure they in terms of the precision, it has to be timely too, so that they can take advantage and they get the job done. But I can tell you for certain, a good crossing from Cole Palmer was headed clear, but headed towards the Chelsea goal by a Manchester City player. He goes out. He headed towards the City goal by their player. He goes out for a corner for Chelsea, and Chelsea definitely getting comfortable as far as this fixture is concerned.
Yeah, and they've been more positive. I think that is actually good. Again, you can tell the impact of Palmer in whatever they want to do. They've had a few times Malo Gusto and even João Pedro in that position try to make this happen. It has never resulted to anything good. But I think the moments where Palmer continues to get really comfortable, I think it's been really positive for Chelsea. And if they can build on this patch of this little patch, I think it will be really beneficial for them.
Okay, let's of course see how that goes as far as this one is concerned. 090-41,889, 090-44,889. Yes, the numbers to call to be a part of the show. 41 minutes on the clock. Chelsea nil. Manchester City nil. Final of the English FA Cup. It is right there at Wembley. And yes, we'll bring in you the action. Hit the lines. Let's talk to you on the show today. Of course, the action continues. 090-41,889, 090-44,889. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Hello,
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Nadane Desmond.
Okay.
It's a good game so far. See this game, I don't think there will be a goal in this game in 90 minutes. This game will go beyond 90 minutes. Maybe extra time will decide it. Penalty shootout. I think this game will end in a goalless draw. Thank you so much.
Okay. Some of you have been to the future. It's a wonderful ability to have. I'd like to have that as well so that I can get into the future myself. Union Berlin have made it 3-0 against the Augsburg. Yes, it is 3-0 in that game right now. And I can tell you that Moda, they lead 1-0. Fredrikstad, they lead 2-0 against HamKam. And Viking have just pulled a goal back. They were trailing 2-0 against Start. They have just pulled a goal back in that game right now. Let's see if that could mark the turnaround in fortune as far as this game is concerned. But yes, Chelsea nil, Manchester City nil, 43 minutes on the clock right there at the Wembley Stadium. I can tell you certainly it is action in the FA Cup, and the two sides are pretty much giving it their all. But City are back, keeping possession, and hoping that they can find something as far as this one is concerned. Let's see what they find. We will be here, and let's take more of your contributions where you think this game is likely to go to. Of course, for Chelsea, if they win this one, at least it will take away all the distraction of, it hasn't been such a great season. But at the end of the day, if there's a trophy to show for it, yes, it will be a good one, and that could guarantee them playing Europa League. But I can tell you that Haaland had a chance. Yes, had a chance. Ran clear. Of course, had a player closing him down, no doubt about that. But he was able to read that move, and he ran really straight at the defense with, of course, the defender doing his best there to track the big Norwegian. And yes, he took a shot straight at the goalkeeper, which went out for a corner. And Chelsea City, of course, will have a corner in this case and hope to continue as the game goes on right there. Let's let you know that in the Bundesliga, yes, St. Pauli have equalized against Wolfsburg. Yes, St. Pauli have equalized against Wolfsburg. Wolfsburg are in trouble now. They are in trouble now. They were busy signing old guys, and I was worried for them. They are in the relegation waters because, again, they are fighting against a side. This game is a 6-pointer for them. Heidenheim, who unfortunately are losing today, they are down. Yes, they are down, and it doesn't look like anything can change about them today. Wolfsburg against St. Pauli, the two teams, of course, 16th and 17th in the league. It's not looking good for them, but let's see what could happen. There's still time in the game. 58 minutes is what it is right there as the second half has kicked off. But in the game between Chelsea and Manchester City, we are now 45 minutes in. Yes, 45 minutes in that game, and it could be halftime anytime soon. But we would wait. We would wait to see how many minutes will be added to the first 45. And then, of course, conversations around all of that can continue. But yes, Start have gone right in front again. 3-1 against, in the game against Viking. Yes, in Norway, it is 3-1. The less fancied side definitely making it count in this game. It is 3-1. And yes, that is what you have. So yes, guys warming up. Ryan Czechia, of course, also warming up. And City themselves, again, one thing that I see them do these days is that City try as much as possible to up the ante towards the end of the first half and then the start of the second half. They do that a lot. They only try to also do that when they are chasing the game and chasing a win towards the end of the second half. And I think it speaks about how they try to finish a game as strong as possible. But in this situation, nothing has happened so far. It is still goalless. 3 minutes have been added. Yes, 3 minutes have been added to the game right there. Joseph, not much of an impact from Rodri have we seen, apart from the early times in the game where he's been more of a controller than he's been anything else. But not much of an impact have we seen in this game.
Well, I think that as
And João Pedro, by the way, should that be a penalty?
I think it should be a penalty. They basically shoved him off the ball, but the referee might, call it just body check. But I think there's a legitimate call there. But the VAR would have a look at that, and if I've seen many times this doesn't get given, but he wasn't also trying to tackle.
Yeah, wasn't trying to tackle. He wasn't trying to foul the player. Just impede him one way or the other.
Yes.
Not like you'd say this is a clear case of blocking a goal-scoring chance.
No, I don't think so.
Because the ball was out of his leg and it was a 50-50 situation. He was running to cover the ball, and then if he had the ball in control, that would have been a different case.
Yeah,
and,
except he made an attempt to either tackle him or just basically grab him, which he did not do.
He didn't do any of those.
So I think, the referee is right to call it on.
Okay, Guirassy has given Borussia Dortmund the lead. They lead 1-0. And yes, the only game that is yet to record a goal right now is the Bayer Leverkusen game against the SV Hamburger, where Patrick Schick missed a penalty in the first half, and that game is still goalless as we speak. Dortmund now lead 1-0. Action right there as far as this one is concerned. Yes, it is going down. Last day off for the Bundesliga. And I can also tell you that 3 minutes have been added in the game between Chelsea and Manchester City as we count down to the first 45 minutes of this fixture. In Portugal, Porto has kicked off their game against Santa Clara. 15 minutes on the clock. Moreirense have also kicked off their game against the AFS. We were going to talk about the impact of Rodri as far as this game is concerned. Okay, SV Hamburger have taken the lead against Bayer Leverkusen. It is 1-0. Hamburg have scored against Bayer Leverkusen 1-0 in that game. We're talking about the impact of Rodri. Apart from the fact that he's been able to offer them some sort of control in this game, we've not seen him affecting the game as much as possible. It's halftime, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think he's not had much of the ball. I think there was only one instance where he tried to float the ball into the area for Semenyo, which didn't go well, obviously, and that's about it. I think again Manchester City as well have not moved into the top second gear. It's not basically had enough to do defensively, and even the few times he's tried to get into, I don't think it's been up to speed with some of the boys running the midfield. So it's a case of him either being isolated or him just getting late to the party. But let's see what the second half brings. I think we should have more activity from both ends of the pitch, and of course that when Manchester City have the upper hand or advantage, it likes to crash the box, but it's not been able to have those opportunities to even be seen. But I think the game opens more in the second half, and I think everybody has much more to do defending wise and even attacking wise. Maybe that's where we start to see, except maybe Guardiola gets him in a position where he gets more involved with the ball, more centrally. Bernardo Silva has been the one coming in deep to is the deep line playmaker basically, and that is the reason why again I think the impact of Rodri has reduced so far in this game. But let's see what the second half in store, and I think we can have an assessment by the end of the game.
Okay, all to play for. Second 45 of the game. You're listening to Football Live on your Champions Star Sports Radio Real FM. And yes, of course, action. Let's take you to the Bundesliga around the grounds in those games and let you know that Mönchengladbach lead against Hoffenheim. Yes, 10-men Hoffenheim, 2-0. Leverkusen trail at home, 1-0 to SV Hamburger. And yes, Bayern Munich lead 3-1 against FC Cologne. It is Eintracht Frankfurt 0, Stuttgart 2, Freiburg 3, RB Leipzig 1, Heidenheim trail against Mainz 2-0. St. Pauli 1-1 they play against Wolfsburg. And yes, also it is 3-0 in the game between Augsburg and Union Berlin. Yes, Union Berlin lead in that game, and I can tell you that Borussia Dortmund lead by 1-0. There's been 2 quick goals scored in the games. Yes, Borussia Mönchengladbach have made it 3-0. Yes, they have made it 3-0 against Hoffenheim in this game. Hoffenheim are 5th on the log. Borussia Mönchengladbach, that's somewhere above relegation, but of course it is looking good for them. Wolfsburg have also taken the lead once again, 2-1. They have gone up against the St. Pauli. Kolirakis, the man to put them ahead in this game, and for the moment they are still in the relegation fight. 29 points. You can't help but feel sorry for these guys, man. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. This is Cletus from Delta State.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you, first time caller.
Hey, okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you're welcome.
This match, Chelsea we're going to win Man City.
Okay. What's the
because
score?
I want them to win Man City so that when Man City will play the Bournemouth, they will play draw so that they will give us a chance.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for that one.
Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you for that one as well. Let's let you know that Borussia Mönchengladbach's third goal has been ruled out by VAR, and Wolfsburg, their goal is currently being checked by the VAR as well. So yes, that's all that we have going on as far as this one is concerned. By the way, Kelechi Iheanacho is a champion. Yes, he's a champion of the Scottish Premier League. Hearts have a scant consolation for a place in Champions League qualifying. Yes, Derek McInnes, his side will enter the second qualifying round in July. Yes, they will enter the second qualifying round in July. I can't believe the World Cup will be wrapping up or will still be on, and then these qualifiers would have started already. Yes, starting the Champions League qualifying round in July. Yes, they have done really well for themselves, but great stuff to see them finish where they have finished this season with a chance to see if they make it to the group stage of the UEFA Champions League, because they will play the qualifying rounds. And I hope that, yes, good fortune will go their way and they will be able to get something and make it out of that place. Yes, Kaiser Chiefs have won their game against Amazulu, even though they played a large part of the game with a man down, about 23 minutes with a man down in that game. But they were able to, of course, grind out a 1-0 win in that fixture. Yes, CSK Sofia have scored against 10-men Ludogorets, but the VAR is also checking out that goal. We would see what the final, what the outcome will be as far as that one is concerned. Of course, I can tell you that Karabakh won their game by 3-0. Wolfsburg's goal, yes, the goal stands. The goal stands, and it has not been ruled out as far as that one is concerned. Egypt, yes, they won that game against Tunisia 2-1 in the Under-17 African Cup of Nations taking place right now. Well, let's take a break. And when we come back, the second 45 in full, in full flow will be coming your way on Sports Radio Brilla FM right here on your Champions Dial. Keep the action locked on Brilla. This is still Football Live.
With the corner kick, shooting star still looking for the 3-point here, and fantastic
moves, and yeah, I think that's what Cherki brings into this Man City attack, and let's see if it turns out to be a goal at the end of the day.
Okay, they scored a goal that had it ruled out. Talking about Borussia Mönchengladbach, they have done it again. 3-0. 81 minutes they lead in that game, and even though Wolfsburg themselves missed a penalty, they have also scored another goal to make it 3-1 for them in this fixture. Okay, yes, action coming in from all of these centers, and I can tell you certainly that yes, Rosenborg have given up their lead in Norway. Yes, they've given up their lead against Alisson. Alisson have now taken the lead 2-1 in that game. Moda still lead 1-0. Lillestrøm still lead against Sandefjord by 1-0, and Fredrikstad still lead against HamKam by 2-0 in another game right there. Of course, let's let you know that Dinamo Tbilisi against Iberia 1999, that game has kicked off. Maccabi Haifa against Hapoel Petah Tikva, that game has also kicked off in Israel. Bani Kostrava have also, yes, they have taken the lead against Zlín in the relegation group, of course, in Czech Republic, yes, in Czechia. All of these games and lots more, of course, are coming your way. And on Football Live, you cannot miss anything on these games. Let's let you know that Sandefjord have leveled against Lillestrøm. Yes, it is 1-1 in that game. And in Germany, yes, yes, there's a VAR check for Werder Bremen. It looks like they have put an equalizer against Borussia Dortmund. But I can tell you that Eintracht Frankfurt have pulled one back to make it 2-1 against the Hamburger. And in almost all the games right there, in all but 2 games, we've seen over 2.5 in Germany. In all but 2 games. Bayer Leverkusen Hamburger 1-1. And yes, Borussia Dortmund against Werder Bremen 1-0. VAR is still checking to see if Bremen's goal can stand in this game. Okay, yes, we'll let you know as soon as the goal is given. But if not, of course, we will still mention it and let you know, of course. So yeah, game, a bit of the fire has gone out now. It looks like deliberately, typical of what you expect of a final. Both teams who just want to find ways to wind down the clock and, you know, look for a chink in the armor of the opponent and exploit as much as possible. But as it stands, Chelsea living dangerously right there. Semenyo just bundled the defender to the ground, and yes, it was Levi Colwill who was bundled to the ground. Jeremy Doku already won the ball on the edge of the area. I was thinking probably he would go for a shot, but the referee's whistle went first, and that was ruled for a foul for Chelsea as far as this one is concerned. Watch out now, because again,
you don't want to be doing this.
You don't want to be doing that, exactly, because again, if the referee had not given that, we'll go back to the conversation about refereeing and all the rest. And again,
you don't have to force it. You don't have to force it. Robert Sanchez is not the perfect guy to play from the back. You had a man who basically could not control a ball from wherever it was coming from. That gave Manchester City a chance earlier on in the second half when it just started. And he just had one other opportunity. What's his name? Levi Colwill could easily, if Semenyo was not a bit overzealous, that could have easily been a mistake from Chelsea's backline. Right? That's 3 instances in just 6 minutes since the restart. And I think you don't have to, if you don't have it, you know, trying to play out from the back in an aggressive push, an aggressive press like Manchester City is high up. I think McFarlane has to, re-strategize. This is not the way to go. You don't want to lose, concede a game at this time. There's no good time to consider the final, but I think at this point in time, you have that false sense of, okay, we can still come back, especially when you are not just that good enough. You've not created so much in the first half, and if you lose it at this point in time, I think you are opening the door to plenty more goals to come in. So for me, I think they should rather err on side of caution than for them to get too risky and too cute trying to, do things that, are not, according to their strength.
I've also seen situations where Chelsea do not move the ball as fast as possible. They get it and then they wait for...
they are hesitant, especially in the final third. And you are not going to create a lot from that angle. And again, just as we had it in the first half, it only feels as if things get moving when you have Cole Palmer on the ball. Yes, they should be the ones because they are the creative hub of the team. But I think other guys like João Pedro are not helping matters at all. And when you try to instead of advancing the ball, you try to
recycle and then pass it all the way home.
You are never going to score from that. You are never going to score from that. City would not make it too easy for you. You just would not score from that.
Okay, let's see how that goes. Of course, in this situation, I can tell you
the comedy of errors.
That this second half, we've seen a couple of things, really funny situations right there that had gone out of play. It looks a Chelsea corner, and yes, it is a Chelsea corner right there. And yes, maybe of course any of these could lead to, especially for situations like this where it is a final. All of that talk of set pieces, this one, set pieces, that. If you score from here today and you win the cup, nobody would ask you that the trophy should not be given to you because it was scored from a set piece. So yes, again, let's see what the Chelsea guys are able to do with situations like this, and what could possibly happen. But Rodri definitely there helping out where it mattered. But the Chelsea guys have put a bit of pressure. I just think that they also have not perfected situations like this that would have given them a bit of an advantage, and that's why there's a bit of a struggle when it comes to situations where you expect that they'll be able to grind out the result and make it count and say, okay, you know what, we're going all the way out and we want to make sure that we make it count. But for the Chelsea guys, let's see. Palmer is on the top and he's grabbing his looks like his ankle.
Shin.
Okay.
That was a tackle from. It was the one who was trying to, tackle a loose ball from Jeremy Doku, who was almost running free. And that's after dribbling past Gusto, but it's all right. I think it's just a clash of the legs and nothing doing. There's no red, in case anybody is wondering as well. That was not a direct start to any part of his leg. So play continues.
Okay, of course. Let's see, because one thing Chelsea have also done in this game is that. It looks like they are not allowing City to keep all of the possession anymore. Possession was good while they were keeping it, but again, putting a lot of the loose balls in 50-50 situations, that has not particularly worked. Chelsea have a free kick. Kushanov there, yes, and he's picked a yellow card in the process.
This is rather harsh. I think we're going for
it. Looks like, but maybe there was no intention to win it in the mind of the referee. He touched the ball already. He got to the ball already, but again, I can understand. But was Kushanov not the last man there?
No, it wasn't.
He wasn't the last man?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. All right, Bayern Munich have made it 5-1. Yes, 5-1. It is raining goals in the Bundesliga. I can tell you, last day of the season, and it is raining goals. Now, we told you at halftime that Harry Kane had netted a brace. He has now made it a hat-trick. And that will take his tally to 58 goals. Yes, this season. 58 goals this season. European Golden Boot, yes, in the bag. Yes, European Golden Boot in the bag as far as the sun is concerned. Nicolas Jackson has just come on in, replacing Goretzka in the 83rd minute. And in that same 83rd minute, Luis Diaz had put it on a plate for him. And Nicolas Jackson has scored to make it, 5-1 in that game. Chelsea have a free kick. Again, if they are able to connect the dots and get their chances right, they just might make it count where it matters. And you find guys who should be chasing the ball, putting their bodies on the line and just jumping. It's not looking really good. Okay. Darren England has a big decision to make there. Did it come off the hand of that player? Did it come off the arm of that player? First, there was the tackle Semenyo tried to win. He waved play on for that.
Oh, come on.
No, that's the natural position. That's natural position. He probably will not get it. I don't think he will. That looks natural position to me. I mean, the arm was not stretched out of the body with the intention of stopping the ball.
No.
That's natural position.
Yeah.
No. Union Berlin have scored their 4th goal in the game against Werder Bremen. It is 4-0. In the game against Augsburg. Yes, in the game against Augsburg, 89 minutes, it is now 4-0. And I can tell you that champions of Cyprus, Omonia Nicosia, they lead already by 2-0 inside the first 17 minutes of this game. Yes, 2-0. Omonia Nicosia lead against Apoel. Yes, that I can tell you certainly as far as this one is concerned. Francis Uzoho is on the bench for the side. And let's see. The Chelsea guys pretty much getting into those places hoping that maybe they can find something. The Fofanas and all the other guys, for the amount of headers they are winning inside the City box from set piece situation, you want to assume it was probably guys like Van Dijk or Gabriel by now.
That could have been a goal.
Yeah. I mean, but that's it. Chelsea giving themselves the chance, creating the chances for themselves, but not taking them is another thing that is a bit of a concern for them as far as this game is concerned.
They have to pick the chances now. City have gone a bit quiet.
Yeah.
They've not been able to advance many of their plays and even transitions, and I think the more Chelsea have a control, especially from that middle of the park, I think they've done a good job. I mean, they've really
closing them down in dangerous areas and preventing them from getting in those places.
Caicedo has been moving up top, try to support the pressing there. I think that's the reason why City have not actually been able to
progress the ball through the central areas.
So they are flooding the midfield and try as much as. Reece James is as high as Joao Pedro in the press.
Yes, because it looks like this man plays in between the two of them, Rodri. So passing the ball to him to receive and progress is becoming a problem. So I think that's a good way to try to nullify City's attack. But be careful what you wish for, because again they have the likes of Bernardo Silva, they have the likes of Ryan Cherki.
Rego pass.
Yes, and then a cross from one end to the pitch to the other will switch play completely, and then you notice that you are trailing. But an hour gone in the game, 60 minutes on the clock. Chelsea 0, Manchester City 0. You can make that 61 minutes right now. But let's let you know that 93 minutes on the clock. Borussia Mönchengladbach have made it 4-0 against Hoffenheim. Yes, 4-0 against Hoffenheim in that game. And latest are coming in as far as the results from all the centers in the Bundesliga is concerned. Okay, yes, all the centers, and we have you covered as we continue to take you closer to the action. Now, Fofana is one guy who's also got to be careful because he makes
too much risks.
Yes, he takes too much risk, and then sometimes he makes too many mistakes with those things. I mean, you're shooting the ball, shoot it. If you're passing it, pass it once, rather than guiding, and then the player will now put one leg and the ball will leak, and next thing they are running at your defense, they are trying to score against you. You really do not need that. And okay, let's see what will happen. But yes, we'll still have about 30 more minutes of normal time left in this game, and let's see if things will definitely change. AEK Lanata have taken the lead against Paphos, 1-0 it is in that game, and Apollon have taken the lead against Aris, 1-0. Omonia Nicosia lead by 2-0 in the game against Apoel. Yes, Apoel Nicosia in that game as well. Okay, yes, in England, 62 minutes goalless it is between Chelsea and Manchester City, and of course there's not a lot to talk about in terms of what the coach has been able to do, but really some impressive things that I have seen about this game and some of the games that he's played in. He came one time when Rosinho was fired from the job. He pulled a 1-1 draw against City, and it was a good game. Everyone was talking about him. I probably want to throw my hat in the ring and go try in the championship if I think he's done a decent job. It was only one game that he didn't have any response whatsoever. The way Nottingham Forest played against them that day, there was no response whatsoever. Liverpool were all over them 1 minute, and then the next minute he's switching the play against Liverpool, making it look so good. I think I'm impressed with what Callum McFarlane has been able to do in the colours of Chelsea.
Yeah, especially this second half so far. I think it's basically from the same playbook as that game he did against Liverpool. It's basically crowded. This is a three-man build-up now. It's basically crowded the middle of the park. 5 inside the middle. So you are not advancing, and they are trying to as much as possible to make use of their numbers in the middle. So when you get the ball, you quickly transition and lay a run. I mean, we've seen Joao Pedro make one run, Kopama the other, but it just has not been able to connect. I think a few more times they would probably have it, and I think it's been impressive. The boys have actually been able to buy into this, and it's been really good for them. It means they have to obviously make more runs, because on the transition you have to cover up for some of the from some of the spaces you leave at the back. But it's basically been really impressive in the second half so far for Chelsea. City have had nothing whatsoever in the second half, except that the few times they've pressed really high and almost got the ball. But it's been really impressive from Chelsea in the second half.
Okay, let's go elsewhere. It is full time in Germany. Not all the centers, but we'll take you to the ones that are. Let's let you know that it is 4 goals to nil. Borussia Mönchengladbach, it is full time in that game right now. Yes, also in the game between Union Berlin and Augsburg, 4 goals to nil as well. It is full time in that game. Borussia Dortmund have scored a second goal. It is now 96 minutes. Yes, Jan Kuto, the scorer. It is 96 minutes in that game, and it is also full time as we speak. Okay, almost full time. We're waiting for the referee, of course, to sound the whistle. Mainz have won their game 2 goals to nil. It is full time in that game. Yes, they defeated Heidenheim. Mainz have won that game. It is 2 goals to nil. But of course, the Chelsea guys stringing the passes together, getting in the area, but not just being able to get past where it matters. And yes, another offside rule has affected this game. It looks like Rodri is not going to continue.
Yeah, it's not going to continue.
He's not. These coaches can usually be very stubborn. It doesn't look fit. It doesn't look like he's up to it. The Rodri that we know, again, it's a groin injury. You've got to be very careful with that. Borussia Dortmund full time, 2 goals to nil. They won that game, and Freiburg have also won their game by 2 goals to nil against RB Leipzig. Yes, 4 goals to 1. I beg your pardon. Freiburg have won that game by 4 goals to 1 in that game. Let's go somewhere. Yes, of course, because these guys were leading 3 goals to 1. Start were leading 3 goals to 1 at some point in this game. Viking are back. It is now 5 goals to 3 in that game. Fantastic turnaround. They are not table toppers for Mount, or defending champions for Mount. So yes, they have made it 5 goals to 1 in this situation. Of course, let's let you know that 66 minutes on the clock. Chelsea against Manchester City. It is goalless. Chelsea are getting in the groove as much as possible. A good cross into the box before João Pedro could get on the end of it. James Trafford had won that one, but it looks like the man is talking about contact in the box. Was there?
Yeah, I think it was minimal. It was just the arms, and he's been waved off.
Okay.
João Pedro and Kovacic.
All right, let's see how that goes and what could happen in this case right now. Reece James has got to be careful. He's got to be careful here. It's full time also. Yes, Wolfsburg have won their game by 3 goals to 1. Yes, 3 goals to 1. And I can tell you only 2 games today did not give over 2.5 in the Bundesliga. Bayer Leverkusen and Borussia Dortmund could not give over 2.5. But yes, 2 goals, of course, was all they wrote in the game. Of course, the Chelsea guys are pretty much keeping themselves in it as much as possible, as City are looking to stretch from the flank and in the central areas, lumping the balls into the back and hoping that their guys can run in behind and find the back of the net. But yes, Fofana rose the highest to have the first one clear. It is full time. Bayer Leverkusen. Yes, that game has ended 1-1 against SV Hamburger. Yes, it has ended 1-1 right there in this fixture. Bayern Munich, yes, the champions, they are still on. Yes, that game is still on. 5-1, it is the scoreline right there. And Eintracht Frankfurt against Stuttgart, that game is still on. Eintracht Frankfurt lead by 2 goals to 1. It is just 90 minutes in that game. Bayern is 94 minutes already. And yes, City have a corner. Yes, City have a corner. After that was cleared to safety, they have a corner, which of course Manchester City will be hoping to take. Ryan Czech is the man who's going for it. And there's been some grappling exercise inside the box there. Darren England, the referee, has gone to have a word with Moise Caicedo, who of course has got to be careful now, of course, in that situation. It's full-time champions. Bayern Munich, of course, have won the league. Even before today, they've won the league. But today, of course, they capped it with a 5-goal performance and 89 points, 122 goals scored, 36 goals conceded. They are the champions of the Bundesliga. Yes, Borussia Dortmund are second, 73 points. But yes, they did 89 points in the league. Debrecen have taken the lead also in the game right there, of course, in the Hungarian top flight. And of course, we are still in it, taking you closer to the action as the action continues right here. 69 minutes. Yes, 69 minutes. Chelsea against Manchester City. 21 minutes of normal time left in the game. Of course, time will be added on, and we'll see all of that play out today. But yes, if a winner doesn't emerge at full time, we'll be talking extra time maybe, and a bit of the pressure. We're seeing corner kicks back to back now.
Yes, and Chelsea have actually backpedaled again. Still nothing getting past that defense, which has been sturdy and
pretty compact.
It's been really impressive as well. But Manchester City also have not basically done anything with any of the corners they've actually had in the past few times. So I think Chelsea could probably do better by doing better in their transition, and I think that would obviously shake Manchester City. So I think they should be a bit more aggressive and more progressive in their transition, and they could have a chance. But again, it's been clear nothing doing. Man City would have to up the quality of their crosses into the box and to be able to have anything at Chelsea, especially from the set pieces.
Okay, let's see how that goes, and let's let you know that Fatih Karagümrük, they have a penalty in Turkey. Yes, they have a penalty. It is 1-1 in that game, 72 minutes. They have a penalty, and let's see if that will be converted. In the meantime, Pafos have equalized against AK Lanasa, 1-0, and Strom got set against Rheinheim. Yes, in that game, it is 3-3 right now, and Karagümrük have converted their penalty. Yes, they have. It is 2-1 in that game, and would you believe it, Eintracht Frankfurt have scored a late equalizer. Eintracht Frankfurt have scored a late equalizer against the VfB Stuttgart. Yes, a late equalizer from the penalty spot as well. And so you don't have to worry about VAR or any other thing. It was from the penalty spot, and they have made it a 2-2. Yes, in that game. Yes, 2-2 it is right now in that fixture as the action continues. 71 minutes on the clock. Yes, Mateo Kovacic was the one who came on to replace Rodri in this game. Yes, he was the one who came on to replace Rodri, and he's been pinging those passes from the deep areas, hoping that someone can run into them. Run onto those passes and get the job done. But Mark Gehi and Kushanov, yes, the two guys in the back line doing their best to ensure that they are shielding the back line as much as possible. But yes, I can tell you that the game is still on, and the two teams definitely giving it their all as far as this one is concerned. City, yes, throwing everything into it at this point in time. Chelsea have got to watch it, but Manchester City. Antoine Semenyo, the scorer for Manchester City. Yes, of course. Ball was picked up in the deep areas by Ryan Cherki. He tried to play a clean one through to Semenyo, but it was intercepted by a Chelsea defender onto the path of Erling Haaland. And Haaland was able to just hold up play and, of course, put through his teammates. And that has ended in the back of the net. Chelsea 0, Manchester City 1. Yes, scoreline altered, and it is the big Ghanaian who has put Manchester City ahead. That pass was intercepted by Yaro Hato, and yes, the ball went back to Bernardo Silva, who of course sent that one through to Haaland. Haaland did a cut back in the box, and Antoine Semenyo with a cheeky flick to put it past the goalkeeper for a Manchester City lead. 1-0. It's the score line as far as this one is concerned. Yes, of course, FA Cup action. Now, I know it's a good thing to protect your lead as much as possible, or when you are not trailing, protect your home, guard it jealously, and do everything that you can. But when you concede a goal in the 73rd minute, at this point in time, you are expected to throw everything at the opponent. And then an opponent that are technically and tactically way more secure than you are. how much of a difficulty is this for Chelsea to try to claw their way back into this game?
Well, I think this is the time where they could probably make it happen, because I feel like, Haaland has had almost zero to do up until that moment.
Yeah.
And I think they'll look at it and say, okay, it was just a mistake. I think Chelsea were having it good up until that time. But I think it just shows that, okay, you just need to maybe just turn the attack a bit better. Everybody now has, at the back of their mind that, okay, there's absolutely no comment. They just came close to scoring.
Enzo almost made it 1-1. That was close. That was very, very close. Enzo almost made it 1-1 for Chelsea. That flicker of a header from Levi Colwill. But yes, the power on that ball was way too much, and it went up on top of the net. Yes, all on top of the net, of course, the roof of the net. But a quick change, of course, has been made by Chelsea. It is Pedro Neto who comes in at this point in time. Yes, Pedro Neto comes in for Chelsea. Marc Cucurella has been taken off in this game. He's on a yellow already, and maybe he will trust Yaro Hato to finish this game at this point in time. Marc Cucurella has been taken out for a typical winger. Of course, a roll of the dice, you would say. It looks it looks a huge gamble, because of course you are chasing the game now. What can you do? But let's let you know that in the Bundesliga, the game between Eintracht Frankfurt and Stuttgart has also ended. It is full time in that game, 2-2 the scoreline. 75 minutes on the clock, 15 minutes of normal time left in this game. It is Chelsea 0, Manchester City 1, and trust City now to just keep the ball and be rolling it and be forcing the Chelsea guys to run while they try to look for spaces to open up and see if they can take advantage of the opponent. Before we go to the phone line, Joseph.
Yeah, I think that was what you'd expect City to do at this point in time. You take you take advantage of the fact that Chelsea would think, we have to just put everything in it, and of course Chelsea will also want to back on the fact that they want to back on the fact that at least that moment they feel, wow, we've gone behind and we have to throw everything at that, and probably make the most of what they are feeling at that point in time, as a motivation. But I think City will just try as much as possible to relax it, because now I think that is where they are most vulnerable, especially at the back, because they are feeling we have to go, throw everything at it, and try as much as possible to give everything in, so we can have that small chance. And I think they'll probably leave things at the back. So I think for me, they just have to be careful. Chelsea, Manchester City, on the other hand, at least try as much as possible to defend, for the next 5 minutes or so, until that motivation probably wears out, and then you can, try as much as possible to, manage the game until the 90. But from this moment on, Chelsea will want to make the most of the motivation they have now to get a goal back at least. But they also again have to be careful not to leave things, really empty at the back.
Some injection of pace with the introduction of Pedro Neto right there as far as this one is concerned. And yes, we'll see in that situation if City would need pace themselves. Maybe, of course, there's a Savinho to call upon and see what will happen. Nico Riley getting in the box, making those brilliant passes again. Thomas Tuchel will have a selection headache at the World Cup, trust me. Whether he's looking for who to defend or who to attack the spaces for him. The guys are available, the guys are there, but let's see what will happen. In this case, was that a dive? Yes, it was. It looks a dive. He was just waiting to feel that guy. It looks like he was waiting to have a feel of the guy's body, and it would have been able to win a penalty. For whatever reason,
VAR would obviously check it.
VAR should. I may be wrong. I only have the benefit of seeing it one time, so maybe, of course, VAR would give us a clearer picture of that. But Darren England, ball has not gone out of play, so yes, except VAR prevails on him to wait, then we might have a situation right there where we have to wait and see what the outcome of this encounter would be right there as far as this one is concerned. But play has continued. I don't think that's going to be called back, but Cole Palmer and the other guys will be hoping that they can get something out of this. 12 minutes of normal time left in the game. It is Chelsea 0, Manchester City 1, and yes, I can tell you that is what is going on right now in that game. It is the English FA Cup, and
I think
Joseph,
there's a communication. I can see
the communication is still on.
Yes, I could see his arm going to
adjusting the gadgets.
Yes.
Okay,
so I think that we just need to get a ball out, and we might have a check.
Okay, let's see how that goes. Let's hope while we're hoping to have the ball out, all of a sudden now the Chelsea guys are loading the City half. leaving themselves vulnerable to a possible counter attack. But yes, they checked it. They've checked it. He went to the ground too easily.
No, I think it was a body check in the moment.
Yeah, but I mean, he had the ball in front of him. If he was waiting to feel the person's body before going to the ground, he should have controlled the ball.
Yes.
Controlling the ball and then letting what's his name, Kushanov, touch you, that will give you the advantage. And then you're letting the ball roll, and then you're waiting to feel the player's body before you go to the ground. I'm not sure if that will be given. I mean, but again, these are the situations, and we've got to look at it the best way possible and see if anything changes from here. But the Chelsea guys have camped the pressure in the half of Manchester City right now. Yes, they have camped the pressure in the half of Manchester City. They've missed 2 chances that probably should have given them a goal in this game. But 79 minutes going on 80. Right now it is Chelsea who are all over Manchester City. All of a sudden you're thinking, where are City going to get that respite from? And then this version of Chelsea, where is he coming from?
Well, they've not managed to do this. I think they would have been at least at least been a goal up if they had done this earlier in the game. But it feels as if, okay, now it's go for it territory. I mean, what else could you lose? If you're down 1, try as much as possible to equalize, and if you don't get it, I mean, it's also the fact that it's a dead end. You either lose it from here, or it practically gets towards the scoreline. Either way, you are losing. So why not throw in the throw in the fight and see how it would go for you. So
Doku doing his best there to frustrate Caicedo. In that case, of course, a moment of respite there for City, because of course they had their backs on the ropes. And that foul situation is what has given them a bit of a breather, if you like, as far as this game is concerned. But yes, we're talking 81 minutes right now. Chelsea 0, City 1. If it ends this way, the FA Cup would go to Manchester. And yes, of course, it is still on right now. 1-0 is the scoreline. Of course, keep the messages coming in, keep the calls coming in. Let's take some calls and some messages on the show today. This one here says, good afternoon, Vicky and Joe. Does it mean that Kelechi Iheanacho has won the Celtic League, the Scottish League actually? He won it with Celtic. Yes, he has won the league with them. Yes, he has won the league with them. Ade from Lekki. Yes, this one is coming from you. Good afternoon, Victor and Joseph. Congratulations to Carrick. I think he will do well next season. I don't see Chelsea doing anything spectacular in this match. Man City will demolish them. City man from Onitsha, a Manchester United fan, he says, you guys are doing a great job. Thank you so much. This one here says, good evening, guys. Okay, he says, I don't see any comparison. Chelsea's record stands out for me. Anyways, it's my opinion. I couldn't have had your opinion. Yes, it's your opinion you will have on the show. So yes, let's hear you and see where this is definitely going. Yes, keep the messages coming in as well. And I can tell you that Moreirense have taken the lead against AFS with the results across all the grounds. 82 minutes. It is Chelsea 0, Manchester City 1. And yes, one more roll of the dice. Pep Guardiola, yes, telling his players what to do. And same for Callum McFarlane. Yes, telling them what to do. João Pedro is clutching at his thigh once again. He's clutching at that thigh once again. These are not the situations where you want to believe that, what's his name? A Delap can do anything for you. But Haaland, wow, what an assist for that goal. What an assist for that goal. That cutback was brilliant. Not the type you'd expect from a striker. But yes, definitely a good one right there. And yes, it is. They are just minutes away from victory now. Let's see how that goes. Because yes, another return to Wembley and likely another trophy in the bag. Delap has come on in. Yes, he used to be in the City Academy. He has come on to replace Reece James in this game. And let's see what will happen. I hope that does not exactly leave the City midfield a bit carved open. It means that Enzo will have to play deeper. Even Cole Palmer will have to play deeper, because if you don't have the ball, why are you going to that part of the field and be hoping that something can work out for you? But yes, let's see how it goes right here in this situation. I can tell you, Football Live, the action continues right here. 090-41,089, 090-44,089. Moreirense's goal has been chalked off Yes, it's been chalked off for offside by the VAR. So yes, it returns to status quo, and it is goalless once again as far as this one is concerned. Yes, Chelsea definitely all over these guys, but just maybe give themselves a chance. If they get a goal, I think they are doing very well for us to say that if this game goes into extra time, Chelsea just might be able to put up the sort of fight that would make it count beyond everything else that we have seen in this game so far. But Nico Riley entered the box, and he was trying to go for the far end post pass there to find Erling Haaland, but he was unable to do that because at that time also, yes, a Chelsea player was backtracking, and he got a foot into that ball, and of course was able to prevent that from finding the back of the net. So yes, good one by the Chelsea defenders there. Even though they are chasing this game, at least a 1-0 scoreline still gives you a bit of a belief that you can come back in the game. And let's see if anything changes as far as this is concerned. Now, this is the difference now. Ryan Cherki holding possession, staying in the box, waiting for the tackle. Waiting for the tackle. Not the one that you will be waiting to feel the body. The possession, he had the possession and he was just waiting for the tackle to see, okay, come at me if you can. And let's see if it works out for you. Okay, but a whistle's gone right there. And I can tell you, Lillestrøm are back in front against Sandefjord. It is 2-1 in that game. And man, if it is not go today, it's over 2.5 because some of these leagues are closing. And they are just doing Sarah for a lot of you guys. Let's let you know that Robert Sanchez has, as much as possible, kept Chelsea in the game, because yes, that would have been a beauty. Yes, that would have killed off this game and everything about it as far as this fixture is concerned. But Robert Sanchez rose to the occasion from that beautifully struck ball by Ryan Cherki. Yes, he went for it, parried it, though it was still in play. Jeremy Doku was unable to bring it under control and keep it as much as possible. But yes, the goalkeeper definitely earning his money right there, Joseph.
Yeah, he has to. And I think probably one of the moments, okay, the man,
João Pedro can no longer continue. Yeah. And this time around, of course, it is Alejandro Garnacho who has come on in for this Chelsea side. Alejandro Garnacho has come on in for this Chelsea side. 86 minutes on the clock. Can there still be a goal? 2 wingers have been introduced. We've got to see their impact one way or the other. Even a striker has also been introduced in this situation. We've got to see their impact as much as possible. Delap there having his hand on Gehi, pushing him to the ground, and a foul for City. Yes, in their own box as the defenders are running towards goal to defend it. Delap, of course, was also running towards the goal, hoping to win the ball and possibly score for his side. But he wins the foul instead. 87 minutes. Moise Caicedo, yes, of course, he is also there giving his best. He was that man who went for that ball and stopped it from getting to Haaland. That game would have easily been, put to bed right there. But I can tell you that it is still on. And as long as it is on, there's still hope that something can happen in this game. But yes, 87 minutes on the clock. And Caicedo, of course, Semenyo almost playing Haaland on. But yes, the trailing leg from the running striker. Yes, from the striker. Of course, stopped the ball in his tracks. And then the ball couldn't get in front of Haaland there. But yes, even in situations where you feel that, where you felt Manchester City were going to pass the ball into space and just force the Chelsea guys to run more, Chelsea have been able to limit all that and make sure that they have a man close to anybody who might likely have the ball. And that way, preventing them from keeping the ball unnecessarily and doing all the things that they want to do with the ball. But yes, committing all the guys there is just one way of preventing them from doing what they want to do. Hopefully, of course, Chelsea can still get a chance to do something in this game. But City are the ones creating more of the chances now. They are the ones creating more of the chances now.
And of course, you know that City are not just doing all of this. I mean, it is also defending from the top.
Yes,
so, the more you have
from the first line.
Yeah, from the first line, and the more you have the ball, it means you're defending against counter attacks or even counter attacks against Chelsea. And I mean, we're just 3 minutes to the end of 90, and whatever we'll have for the added times, which I don't think will be much, by the way. So I think they just try as much as possible to keep it the way it is currently, and try to see how the game is. Basically just managing the game until it sees itself out. So I think it's just about the right way to go, and they have no problem doing that. I mean, this is Manchester City. They will keep the ball as much as possible and try to force Chelsea to defend all through the entire the length of whatever is remaining.
Okay, Jeremy Doku entering his best form of the season at this stage when we're also preparing for the World Cup. Yes, it's been a menace for fullbacks in the league. 83,337 fans. Yes, housed at Wembley right there as the FA Cup final gets to the final minutes of the game. 89 minutes, City lead 1-0 against Chelsea. Antoine Semenyo's goal, the difference is so far. And this is Football Live as the action continues. 090-41,889, 090-44,889. Yes, let's hear from you. Let's talk to you on the show today and how you're feeling about this particular one. Yes, where it's going to go. Of course, on WhatsApp, you can leave a message. 090-44,889 on WhatsApp. And let's hear from you. EJ from Oshodi says, good afternoon, brother. Congratulations to City and Guardiola. This one is in the bag already. He says he's in the bag already. Yes, AJ, this one is coming from you. He says he's in the bag already. Okay, and we're counting down. We're almost 90 minutes in now. The final seconds are counting, of course, of the 90. The early seconds are counting of the 90, I beg your pardon. And, of course, we will see if that changes anything. Malo Gusto has had a good game against Jeremy Doku. Doku is a handful. He's been about the only man doing that job there today, and hoping that everything would work out good. But yes, they are having it go their way as far as this one is concerned. Manchester City leading in this game. Let's see how many minutes will be added, and then of course the conversation can continue as to what to expect in this game. Hello, good afternoon. Okay, all right, try to reach us again. Let's hear from you. Hello, good afternoon to you. Welcome to Football Live. Hello.
What I want to say. Hello.
What's your name?
My name is Samson.
Samson, let's hear you.
What I want to say is that Chelsea now have the ability to score the goal, but they are getting more chance to score the goal. But Doku is trying his hard. Man City are trying their hard to block their defender, their 18, so that they cannot score a goal. But Chelsea, they are trying.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Chelsea are definitely trying, and hope the trying will be enough. 5 minutes have been added. 5 minutes have been added to this game, and yes, City lead by 1-0. Yes, City lead by 1-0. Second half goal scored by Antoine Semenyo has been the difference, and what a buy he has proven to be for this Manchester City side since he joined them in January. What a buy for City. Yes, of course, we're still talking about the game, the final moments of this fixture, and Bernardo Silva, it looks like he just might lift another trophy again today. But the Chelsea guys, Moise Caicedo especially, winning a lot of the fouls. This time around brought down Antoine Semenyo in this game. He earns himself a yellow. Yes, I feel he's actually been able to get away with one or two today. But he earns himself a yellow. And that's what it is right now. It does an amazing job for a ball winner. Covers a lot of the ground, and then, can cover him for the full backs as well. But with what we have been able to see so far in this game, one would give them credit where it is due. I think the Chelsea guys, they've given everything. Callum McFarlane will not feel bad that this is the outcome of this particular one. Now everything that the Chelsea guys the City guys can do to wind down the clock is what they are doing now. Forcing the Chelsea guys to get really, really frustrated as far as this one is concerned, because again, free kick that should have been taken, Cherki passed it on to Haaland. Haaland was guiding the ball, and then he was brought down, and they gave them another free kick again while the clock is ticking. Karagümrük have won their game against Alanyaspor. Yes, in the Turkish Super League right there, as we count down to the end of the season action. Yes, I can tell you for certain, it is still 1-0. And yes, a final roll of the dice as we get into the tail end of this game. It is 93 minutes right now. Yes, 93rd minute is fast counting down. And yes, we still have 2 more minutes to go. Let's see if anything changes as far as this one is concerned. Yes, of course, in the lower rungs of football in that country, yes, in Norway, a lot of the goals are flowing. I can tell you, Strømgodset won their game against Reinheim by 5-4. Stabæk against Raufoss, it is 2-1 in that game. Odd against Moss, it is 2-3. Lyn lost to, they are losing to Kongsvinger by 3-0. Hod against Sogndal. Yes, Sogndal, it is 2-1. Haugesund against Asan, it is 1-1 in that game. And Bryan against Strømmen, it is 4-2 in that game. In that league, only one game didn't give over 3 goals in the fixtures we have right there. Okay, let's of course go to others and let you know that HamKam have scored a goal late in the game against Fredrikstad. It is 2-1. Lillestrøm lead 3-1. The third goal has just gone in. Molde lead 1-0 against Kristiansand, and yes, Rosenborg against Alessand, it is 3-2. Viking lead by 6-3 in their game against Start, and yes, action of course from some of those centers as it continues right here on the show tonight. Yes, it is still Football Live, and we are definitely taking there. Yes, taking you there. Final minutes of the game. Yes, Ryan Cherki and Haaland are housed in the Chelsea goal. Yes, they are housed in the Chelsea 18-yard box, just passing the ball to themselves and hoping that something can happen. But so far, nothing has actually happened in that situation. It looks like it's almost full time. Yes, it's almost full time. And yet another free kick for City. Yet another free kick for City. I think sometimes you just need to introduce a bit of the dark arts and just use that to frustrate the opponent. Ryan Cherki wriggling his way there, could have easily won a penalty, but he just passed it all the way to Haaland. Haaland's first touch wasn't great, and then he recycled the ball and got it. The Chelsea guys won it and then lost it again. It looks over now. Yes, it's over. City are FA Cup champions. Yes, they have done the domestic double this season. First Arsenal in the Carabao Cup, and now Chelsea in the FA Cup. 1-0. It has ended in favor of Manchester City in this fixture. Joseph, your thoughts? Manchester City, of course, another trophy in the bag. Trophy number 20 for Pep Guardiola. Of course, it's been an amazing one, you want to say, as far as his reign at City is concerned.
Yeah, it's been amazing, and it's basically taking them from absolute, some sort of
nearly
nearly. They won the Premier League before.
Well, yeah, they did before he came.
Yeah, they were near it before. Before he actually, left, took over the reins. I mean, they were champions before he took over the reins, but you could tell the amount of work is done, and from one generation to another one rolling up, another rolling in, and you could, quite understand the reason why he's, one of the most successful, if not, in fact, the most successful in the land at this point in time.
Yeah.
But it's been really brilliant having to see one of the new generation of Manchester City players, Semenyo, basically being the one to deliver the trophy, Cherki, chipping in, and I think together they've achieved so much. Maybe you look at it and say, okay, according to the results from the pre-match conferences, he still has more in him, so it means you're looking at him possibly going another year until his contract runs out, and of course you can actually hope for more, because it doesn't feel like if this Manchester City side would slow down anytime soon. Yes, they might have one or two blips among the season. You might not even trust them to go all the way, but there's something is certain, they will always fight for some of these trophies, including the FA Cup or the Carabao, and of course see how it turns out for them in the Premier League. So all attention shift now to the game between them and Bournemouth, and of course probably up until the final day of the season, if they are able to cross that hurdle against Bournemouth. But I think for me it's been more than successful for Manchester City, for Guardiola, and a good way to bow out for Bernardo Silva personally, and of course John Stones, who also will be leaving the club after this season. But again, they are worthy champions. They had Chelsea where they wanted them throughout the game. Chelsea could have probably come back if they had been a tad more aggressive, but it is the end at the end of the day, and Manchester City will just bask in what has been a fantastic season. Maybe not by their standard, but I mean, if you are winning 2 in the season, I don't know where else the standard could be. Congratulations to them.
Okay, congratulations to Manchester City. Of course, I will not bore you with all of that conversation of, how do you feel about this win? No, the guy who's going to do that is already in the studio. And yes, Adam Baba Suleiman, yes, of course, he's definitely going to take you closer to the action. And yes, we'll talk about all of these and lots more as far as, yes, the action is concerned. But yes, a lot of things I like to do with my life. And being your host on Football Live is definitely one of them. Okay, so yes, another day, another edition of the show. We have come, we have seen, we have conquered. It is time to go. Yes, at full time, it is Manchester City 1, Chelsea 0. They are champions of the English FA Cup, and that's them also stopping another team from going to the Europa, except you end up as high as possible. And let's let you know that for Martin O'Neill, he only had 2 losses in the number of matches he had to play. Crazy. In the Premiership. Crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 matches, 2 losses, 2 draws. 2 losses, 2 draws, 14 wins.
Picking them from the gutters.
Bruh!
Crazy work.
Oh boy. Pictures of Kelechi Iheanacho and his teammates definitely celebrating. At some point, the Nigerian was one of the team's joker. Comes off the bench, gets the job done, goes back, doesn't grumble while on the bench. Maybe he has played himself into a contract extension like this. You never know. But all these and many more, the summer will unfold as many as possible. But yes, the guys have got you covered. They're coming right after us on How Market. Get ready for it. Joseph Obisefon, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you.
Yeah, 100%. Once again, congratulations to Manchester City. I don't like to say it, but it is what it is.
Okay, all right. That's it on today's edition of the show. Victor Khan is my name. God bless you all. And yes, we leave you in very capable hands.